Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Good morning, everybody. Wow, welcome to Sunday Sewing Street. It is lovely to have your company. Kind of blending in. Not really. How are you this morning? We've just been having a little bit of a giggle. It's always good to start the day with a little bit of a laugh, isn't it? We've got the wonderful Jenny Jackson on this morning, so we'll have lots of laughs. I'm absolutely certain of that. Great to have your company as always. Let's dig in. Let's do that early bird. I've actually got two today. Yeah, you're going to like this. Now, our first one, love this. We've got a set of 3 rotary cutter blades from So Easy. Now, we're all used to the straight blades for cutting out our patchwork and quilting, but this is a set of shaped rotary blades for a 45mm rotary cutter, so it really doesn't matter what brand or what style you've got. If you've got one of the trigger mechanism ones, they're good too. As long as they're 45mm, these will fit. Now, what you get in here is you get 3 different blades, which I'm going to show you very carefully. We've never ever taken these lower either, so today's a good day. So you get a pinking blade, okay, you get a skip blade, and you get a wave. Now then, what would you use these for? Well, your pinking blade and your wave blade actually, to quite an extent, but your pinking blade in particular, absolutely super for cutting out your dressmaking pieces. So if you're a rotary cutter enthusiast with dressmaking, pattern weights, self-healing cutting mat down on the table, and then use your pinking blade or your wave blade to cut out your shapes, and then your edges are already on their way to being neatened. Okay, you can use it with or without a ruler. Personal preference is with a ruler, always, just to protect your fingers and hands, but I know a lot of people freehand cut their pattern pieces. Now the other blade that you've got in here is what's called a skip blade, and that's what this looks like. Okay, and you're going to use this on paper only, and it's to create perforations. Okay, so what you can do with this is actually go over things like paper foundation papers with this along the seam lines and pre-perforate them. Then you can use a regular stitch length when you're sewing your foundation paper pieced patterns together, and then if you make a mistake and you need to unpick, it's regular stitch length to unpick rather than a tiny stitch length. Now we've never reduced this set of 3 rotary blades before. We're doing it today. It should be $9.99. What are we going to pay? It's our early bird. Here we go, we're dropping the price, we're saving $1.50, you get it for $8.49. Thank you, Hannah. We've got a price comparison for you. This is Hobbycraft, thank you, good, yep, Hobbycraft. And £13, thank you. It's too far away, my eyes are too small. It's 8 AM on a Sunday morning. £13 for the set. Direct comparison, they're the So Easy rotary blades, skip, pinking and wave. So like I say, absolutely perfect for cutting out your dressmaking patterns. You can also use it for decorative effects, of course. So try cutting out things like faux leather or real leather with a pinked edge or a waved edge. You can also cut things like felt. Really nice to create sort of decorative borders on projects as well. I'd be interested as well perhaps to use the skip blade. I know it says to use it for paper only, but I'm just wondering whether you could use that on something like faux leather to create almost like little dashed cuts through the leather for perhaps sewing a cord through or a decorative trim through. That might be nice. Couple of good mornings. Pam's got in touch. Good morning, lovely. Lovely, Pam. Good morning to you. And also Julie's got in touch to say morning, Stuart. Just been watching the advert for Festival of Quilts. Can't believe I'm on your Festival of Quilts advert when I met Jenny Doan. We should probably be paying you a fee or something. No, I shouldn't have said that. We won't. But yes, you're famous now. There'll be people asking for autographs. Okay. What do you want to do next? Sorry. Oh, little technical issue. Let's do the other early bird. Not a price drop on this one, but fabulous to have this in stock. It's brand new and it's the first time we're seeing this. So we wanted to get it on as an early bird, just as a little, look at this, this is ace. This is Collage from Janet Clare, and it's the 2.5 inch charm pack, the mini charm pack. Now, you know I love Janet Clare. Just gorgeous. I love this design, this range actually. It's a little bit different for Janet. It's some bigger motifs and a bit more colour introduced there as well. Some lovely soft greens there. Every square is 2.5 inches and you get 42 of them. Mini charm. See, love these. Gorgeous, fresh, modern prints. Absolutely adore that one. Loads of good stuff in here. Look at this. I'm going to want to buy this range for sure. We will be getting other pre-cuts, but this is the sort of first little bit. Isn't that fab? I want a shirt in that. Oh, these colours are divine. Look at these. Absolutely lovely. We better be getting 0.5 meters of this, Hannah. Yeah, on a chair, on home deck, on a dress. This beautiful. So at the moment, we don't have any other cuts of this. We've literally just got, isn't it beautiful? Isn't this gorgeous? Janet Claire, you have done yourself proud. I'm going to put the other blue ones down this end. Isn't this lovely? Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. You could use these for some cushions. You could make a mini quilt. You can add this into your stash. $7.99 issue price. This is brand new. It's an early bird in the sense we're getting it on first. It's brand new. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Brand new from Janet Claire. It's called Collage. You could use this for EPP. Jenny Jackson saw this and said, mini hexagons, mini hexagon quilt, do it. Oh, a denim bag, a satchel or a rucksack, and then you could have like a sort of big patch pocket across the back, or do the flap, yep, squares together, and then layer and quilt it and just make that, and maybe a pocket or two. It would be gorgeous. Stuart could make that bag. Stuart could make that bag. Stuart might make that bag. That is, oh, actually I might do that, you know. Like a dark denim. Yeah, the darkest denim. Rucksack, pieced flap. Yeah, they're great for bag making actually. These squares are great for bag making because you combined with another fabric like a denim, something like that, they would be absolutely gorgeous sewn together. Absolutely beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Janet Claire, if you're watching, get in touch. I want a word. It's a good word. It's lush. It's lush. It's like I wore this shirt specially for you. Message morning from a cloudy but warm Wakefield. Have a good day from Meg in West Yorkshire. I love Wakefield. Charlie and I have had some cracking nights out in Wakefield and part of the Golden Triangle, the Rhubarb Triangle in Yorkshire. Oh, they grow the most amazing rhubarb. It's really famous. Yeah, Wakefield's part of the Rhubarb Triangle. I haven't just made that up, have I, Meg? Sorry if I have. I don't think I have. I sometimes just say these things and then think, is that true? I don't know. Sandra's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and the Sunday team. Glorious sunshine in Glasgow again. Sandra, you're just bragging. I love it. Get out and enjoy it. Have some lovely time. 9 square mile area of West Yorkshire. Yes, it's in there. I was right. See, I don't lie to you. I don't lie to you. Jan Sullivan's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and everyone. Another lovely sunny day here on Portland. Oh, gorgeous. It's just lovely, isn't it? Don't you always feel better when there's a bit of sunshine? Or it's just a bit warmer. Love it. Absolutely love it. What about making yourself a little bag to take to the beach with this? That would be super too. You could mix this if you wanted to lighten the whole thing up. You could mix this with Quilter's Calico. We've got that back in stock too. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Let's do the Calico now. I only mentioned it, but just because this has got a lovely kind of calico colour in the background of the creams. Lovely and warm. But you could mix and match it with that. And make a lovely bag for the beach or for summer, maybe a little holiday bag out of that. And a really affordable way of getting a little bit of everything. Thank you, Kat. Here we go. Here's our Quilter's Calico. I'm just going to grab that fabric back now. I just want to show you just how beautifully those creams tone in. Do you see? 279.5 metre for the Calico. Do you see where I'm going with that? It just fits really nicely, doesn't it? The style and the colour. Just right. So, Quilter's Calico, it is widthwise, well, lengthwise, you're getting 1/2 metre for $2.79. 150 wide. We'll double check that. It's a little bit wider than normal, I think. 150 centimetres wide, thank you. Now, it is a pre-shrunk calico, and what that means is, obviously, all fabrics after they've been woven have the potential for a little bit of shrinkage, or sometimes a lot of shrinkage. It depends on the kind of fabric we're talking about. Quilter's calico, our Quilter's calico, has been pre-shrunk, so it has been washed at quite a high temperature, so that any potential shrinkage is already taken out of the mix before you get it home, which means if you want to use it in projects, you don't need to pre-wash it. It's really soft and flexible. It is lovely and drapable, perfect for things like toiles, if you're a dressmaker. And if you've never made a toile before, it's a mock-up of a pattern, usually quite a basic one. You know, if you want to make a shirt or a blouse, you might just make fronts and back and like one sleeve maybe, just to check the length on it and make some adjustments. But very useful for that. You can also use it in quilting within your piecing. You can use it for backings for quilts as well. You can dye it as well. So you could maybe do some kind of shibori dyeing with it, or some painting on fabric. What about a little fun project this half term with the kids? Get some pre-shrunk Quilter's calico and some fabric dyes or paints and take it out in the garden, do some painting, do some dyeing, really sort of get their creative juices going. I love that. I love that. It's also really good for things like play tents and teepees that you might make in the garden. Very affordable way of buying lots of fabric, because you do need quite a lot for a play tent. You might need 7 or 8 meters for a teepee. So, but it is a very affordable way of doing that. And then once the teepee is made, get the fabric paints out or the fabric pens and get the kids to decorate it in situ. Isn't that fun? Why am I talking about doing that with kids? Let's all do it. Yeah, do it. It's lovely. Do you know, I designed and made a teepee once for Free Spirit Fabrics using one of their ranges. And then when we set it up for photography, I got inside and I didn't want to come out. It felt like such a lovely, safe space away from the world. I just closed the flap down and that was it. That was it. Yeah. I took my teddy bear in there with me and that was it. I didn't want to come out. But anyway, back in stock, and it always sells out really, really fast, and then we have a gap where we can't get it back in, so grab yours while you can. Over 100 units already gone. Super duper. Works really well actually with the rotary blade set, which is our early bird today, thinking dressmaking. Did you watch the Sewing Bee last week on Wednesday? What did you think of the new cast of characters? I loved it. Charlie and I both watched it and we loved it. We loved the cast of characters this year, and some gorgeous dresses with little keyholes and it was all about making dresses with gaps in them. I mean, I very much want to be covered up these days. But this was bodycon at its finest, with big open backs, or like can you imagine if I had a keyhole there? Just don't do it. Right. We need to do the menu. Listen to me going on. We don't have a menu. I'm going to talk through the menu. That's what I'm going to do. Here we go. 8 a.m. Fabulous fabrics. Got a brand new collection to share with you. It's got kitties on it. Love it. It's called Catsville. At 9 o'clock, the fabulous Jenny Jackson is here with Strip of the Month. It is May, and we're going to be doing all of that fabulous foundation paper piecing. Now, I do need to let you know that nearly 100 of each colourway, the blue and the pastel, have already checked out. So if you're already well on with your Strip of the Month and you need May, I urge you, jump online, secure yours before we get to the live hour. Lots of you are still coming in. You can still get the previous months. We'll have those on the show too. But because of that, it means that actually there are more people joining all the time, and potentially more people than we have panels for this right now. We can do more for next month probably, but you do want to get in quick and get yours. So that's at 9. Now at 10 o'clock we're going to be doing sewing room tools. I'm going to be doing some demos, including, okay, I need to tell you this. We've got the twist and stitch ruler from June Taylor. Do you remember the one? You sew the squares and then you twist and turn the ruler and cut out and it's all fabulous and windmilly. Well, I'm going to be doing a demo of that at 10 o'clock. We've got some of those rulers in stock. Every time we have them and I do a demo, they sell out in an instant. So if you want to get your June Taylor twist and stitch ruler, grab it now. Well, I'm going to be doing some other demos as well, things like quilt batting, joining tape. Every single quilter needs a couple of rolls of that in their stash. So those little bits, 505 basting spray, 404 repositionable spray as well. We've got some lovely William Morris mugs as well. Everybody needs a cup of tea. I've got mine right here, which I'm going to have a crafty slurp of in just a second. It could have been worse, you know. It is National Passion Fruit Martini Day today, and I am there for that. Believe me. But perhaps not at 8:20 on a Sunday morning. But it's 5 o'clock somewhere, eh? Then at 11 o'clock, Jenny Jackson is back, and she's going to be doing, I'm so excited, an English paper pieced lampshade kit, complete with the lampshade. And she's also going to be doing another instalment of her needle turn applique. Check it out, isn't it gorgeous? And then at 12 o'clock, we've got some fabulous kits, miss them and miss out. So don't do that. Join us at 12 and grab a gorgeous kit. All right, so that's going to be our morning. Shall we get on and have a look at this gorgeous new fabric range? The cats. This is so much fun. This is from Wyndham Fabrics. It's called Catsville, and we're going to start off with a mega bundle. Now, here we go. Details on screen. Great price, £52.43. You're getting 3.5 meters, you're getting 8 options. You're getting 8 options. You're getting 8. Anyway, I'm going to show them to you while Hannah has a little look. Now, there are some gorgeous. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning. But where are the cats, Stuart, you ask? Well, hello. Look at this. It's so cute. You get 7. Okay. Need to tell me. Yep. Okay, gotcha, thank you. You get 7.5 meters. This is gorgeous, isn't it? I'm going to talk about what projects you might make with it in a second. Absolutely fabulous, isn't it? Now, of course, if there are cats, there are going to be birds. Isn't it lovely? I'm thinking of so many different projects. This next one is my absolute favourite. Can you imagine a shirt made out of that? Just fab. I always feel like somebody's watching me. It's definitely dinner time, isn't it? And I got no privacy. Oh. I've had a good night's sleep, that's what I've had. That blue is fabulous, isn't it? Loving the quilt behind you, Stuart. Definitely want to live in your world. National Passion Fruit Cocktail Day. Love it. Susie, do it. Susie, you do live in the same world as me. Come on, let's go for a passion fruit martini later. I'm down. I'm free. Look at this. It is so yummy. Absolutely gorgeous collection. £52.43. Can we do, Hannah, please, a little special? Because normally you get a little bit of something off, don't you, with a mega bundle? Oh, you never let me down. £49.99. I'm going to take that. Thank you. Under £50. This is brand new today. You get 7 half-metre cuts of all this fabulous cat fabric. Now, you'll pay the lower price if you've already checked out. Lots of you have. Fabulous fabric. Ginny, it's the name of the hour, but yes, isn't it gorgeous? This is so fun. Now, I do think that all of these fabrics want to go with like one other coordinate to make something special. It might be a cat bed. It might be a little mini quilt that can go in the cat carrier when you take the cat to the feeding. I won't say it out loud. Or, you know, something like a little igloo. I've got a pattern at home, actually. It might be Simplicity pattern for like, it's like a, you know, like the tents that have the 2 poles that go over the top and they go up really quick. It's a tent for cats. It's adorable. This would be so cool for that. Or you could put Lammy Fix, or what's the thing you spread out? Not Olaf, that's from, yes, eau de coat. You could eau de coat it and then do a placemat for kitty cat for dinner, something like that. You could also make gorgeous rucksacks, bags, messengers. How many of these have we got left? 13 of them left. They're absolutely flying. Absolutely flying. That I need a shirt in. I think that's gorgeous. All of these will be available by the half metre too. That's just, well, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? It's fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. This one again, I love it. It's a bit mid-century modern. This one, I think that would be smashing on the inside of a black denim bag. 12 of them left now. What can you say? Is it true that all ginger cats are Toms? Because people always say ginger Tom, and I remember somebody once saying to me that ginger cats are always Toms, they're always males.
Ginger cats with white can be female.
Ginger cats with white can be female. Interesting. I like it. That's our fabulous Cat, who's our multi-skilled operator. Multi-skilled, multi-knowledge. Beautiful. Love that. Love that. And then this gorgeous purple. Now there is one more coordinate that goes with this, but it's not in the bundle, but a little bit less stock. A little bit less stock. But we're going to do all of these by the half metre. And at this point, so this is our mega bundle. Fast flying out, almost sold out, that one. But I'm just going to show you, while we've got all the fabrics there together, I've also got this fabric, which is the yellow version of this one, which is available by the half metre. It's not in the bundle, this one, but you can get it by the half metre, which of course it does go absolutely beautifully. And you see what I mean? If you pick out two fabrics, gorgeous, make a bundle or make a bag. Fab. It's very easy to mix and match. They all work together. Just lovely. Let's do by the half metre now. Can we start with that one? Let's start with that. Quarter of the stock's gone already. A shirt in that would be absolutely amazing. Ian, if you're watching, do it for me. Fab, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Mid-scale, it would be fab to do something like a stack and whack, or actually the twist and stitch ruler would work well with this range. I would perhaps team all this with like a solid, either the calico or a white or a plain black, and alternate the squares, and you could do a twist and stitch. You could do quite large scale as well. Julie from Leicestershire's got in touch to say, ginger cats are mostly Toms, but can be female if both parents are ginger. My girl is ginger. Oh, pictures please, Julie. And a name, so I can say good morning. Oh, yeah, pictures of cats, Hannah, because I love cats. Come on. We love our kitty cats. And we love our doggies as well. I love it. I love it. What would you make with this? What would you make with this? A sling bag. Good idea, Hannah. A sling bag. They're really popular, aren't they? Really trendy. So Girl, Fiona Hesford does a great sling bag pattern. Very, very nice. Yep, love it. By the half metre. How are we doing stock-wise on this? 10 metres left. It sounds like a lot. It's nothing. If 10 metres was in a shop, it would probably be their brand new stock. It's not for us by any means. Brand new today. 10 metres left is nothing. Yes, yes. This one, over a quarter of the stock's already gone on pre-order. And again, it's fab, isn't it? Now, you could, if you wanted to, bit of solids in here. And I would go maybe this. Now that's actually misty blue, but I really like that because it picks up this. Can you see here? There is a misty blue in with the cats. This would be a perfect match. That's in your little bundle, yeah? Yeah. But that's misty blue. You could also pick out a grey. A grey would look really nice with that. Slate, yeah. Or you could pick out something like gold. Gold. My mum used to wear a lipstick called Goldfinger. No, Gold Digger. Gold Digger. Oh, it was lovely. Do any of you used to wear it in the summer? Yeah. Yeah. I've got a little bundle actually. You might like this. It's lovely. So this is a little solids bundle and very affordable too, £11.37. You get half a metre of misty blue, half a metre of yellow, and then half a metre of gold. I'll just check what the colour of that one is. Is that lemon yellow or just yellow? Sunshine. Sunshine, which apparently is what Glasgow is full of right now and has been for days. So if you're in the area, get yourself to Glasgow. Is it going to be lovely next week as well? Oh yes. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. My top tip though, because you can be awful for sleeping at night, can't it? And this sounds completely wrong. Shut your windows, bedroom windows, shut the bedroom windows all day. Curtains closed all day. In the evening when the sun's starting to go down, then open the windows and the curtains and your room will be degrees cooler. I was in a hotel once and I learnt that. It works. No, I mean you can close the windows, but don't have the windows open during the day or the curtains open. And it sounds completely wrong, but honestly it does. And closing the curtains, and I do that, you know, every day in the summer. The curtains stay shut upstairs, and it's so much cooler and more comfortable at night. Top tips from us too. Lovely little bundle that. Yes. This is very, very low on stock. Very low on stock. That's just a really cool, vibrant print. That's got Jenny Jackson written all over it, hasn't it? Yeah, Jenny Jackson, love this one. Really beautiful, yeah. Yeah, really nice as a border fabric, binding fabric, sashings, things like that. Put it in your piecing. Maria's got in touch to say, morning, lovely Stuart. Will you be getting the new Janet Clare fabric in? Maria, absolutely. We've got the mini charm this morning. £7.99 for the mini charm, which I'm so tempted by. But we will also be getting more pre-cuts and yardage coming in soon. And Janet will be in with it too as well. So she'll have some lovely projects for sure. Lovely, isn't it? Donna's also got in touch to say, good morning, everyone. Smiley face. Morning, my love. Nice to be together, isn't it? Very low on stock though. How much have we got? 3 meters left. Oh, it's good stuff, isn't it? Love that. Right, Cats on Black. Yeah, another of my favourites. It's just utterly joyful. Now these cats pose no threat to birds. As you can clearly see, they are friends. They're friends with the birds. They're friends with snails. Not sure about that, but it is a big snail. Or, Hannah, a very, very small cat. We don't know. We don't know. There is a tiny breed of cat, isn't there, called a munchkin. A munchkin. Yeah, yeah. We need one in the gallery. There's a little, just to keep everyone calm. Sandra's got in touch to say it's supposed to be 23 degrees on Tuesday in tropical Glasgow. You really are bigging up that city. I need to get back, Sandra. I haven't been to Glasgow for ages, and it's one of my favourite cities in the world. It is vibrant and beautiful and very, very sunny right now. Gorgeous. Really cute, this. Really cute. How are we doing stock-wise on this one, Hannah? 15 metres, so a little bit more stock of this one. That's going to go, surely. It's great. Use this one for alternate blocks as well. Big alternate blocks, so you get plenty of that print. I'm launching a brand new pattern tomorrow called the Galleria quilt pattern, which is all about celebrating big prints in quilts. So if you're thinking, well, I wouldn't want to cut it up, you don't have to cut it up, not that small anyway, big pieces to make a gorgeous quilt. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at 8 AM for that. Be a brand new launch with me and John. Don't miss that. You're here tomorrow. Huzzah! Can we do the same print on white, please? Again, very cute. Very cute. What about things like a baby changing mat or a bag? That would be cute. Ooh. I just had a crafty swig of my tea. You knew that, didn't you? It's lush. As always, you know, 42 to 44 inches wide. That's a ½ metre cut. So loads of fabric in ½ metre. But if you want more, just order multiple units. If you order 3 units, you'll get 3 ½ metres in one piece, 1.5 metres. Love that. Okay. The birdies on blue? Yeah. Birdies on blue. Yeah, really cute. Again, love the vibrancy of that blue. Little stylized birdies. Very, very cute. Lisa says, morning all. It's raining in Cyprus today, but you're brightening up the day, Stuart. Oh, sorry to, well, actually, maybe it's quite welcome, a bit of rain. Good for the plants. It's good for the plants. No showers, no flowers. And I'm glad I'm helping to brighten the day anyway. Thanks for that. Hillary's got in touch to say, morning, lovely. Oh, big kiss to you. And morning, Mum. I haven't said good morning to my mum for ages on air. Morning, Rosemary. She'll go mad. Morning, my love. How are you? I'll give you a call later. Oh. Bird is on black. I love this print. I really like it. As I said, it's very sort of mid-century modern. It's a bit 50s, isn't it? A bit quirky. I love the colour palette. Yummy. How are we doing stock-wise of that one? Oh, like 4 metres. Wow, been really popular. It's a gorgeous new range, isn't it? It's so bright. And the yellow. And then the yellow, this one isn't in the bundle. This is only available by the ½ metre. It is gloriously saturated. You definitely need sunglasses for this one. Fab. And it's almost, if you look in this fabric, I can see houses, roofs, windows, but I can also see Gustav Klimt, you know? There's all sorts, yeah, there's all sorts in there. I could also imagine using that to create, I don't know, a lion or dragon scales, or there's so many different ways you could use a fabric like that. Very, very useful and looks gorgeous. I do this often with fabrics. I want to know, how would they look as a binding? How would they look as a border, thin sashing? And there's so much interest in there. Great, love it. Now, just want to recap the bundle, the mega bundle. So that is these 9 fabrics right here. You get ½ metre of each one. Should be over £50. Today it's under £50. It's $49.99. You're making a nice saving there. What was the original price, please, Hannah? £52.43. Yes, you're making a good saving there. Oh, Gillian says, good morning, team.
Morning.
They need a set of jump leads and a battery. That's what they need. Oh, what are you doing? What you doing?
See if I can pull it off.
Kat's being very, give that to me. She's just come along with that and just stroked the fabric off the table. Why?
Why not?
Why not, she says. Why not? Why not indeed? I love that. I love that. Gorgeous, gorgeous. Brand new bundle from Wyndham Fabrics. Making a saving, £49.99. We're very limited on stock of these now, though. If you want to get these, now's your chance. If you want them by the half metre, have a little look on the website. They've all played through now, but some of them are very low, literally like a couple of metres left, and will sell out this morning. Yum! Right. Can we do now? We've got some other little bright... These are some lovely little brights that would also go nicely. These would also go really, really nicely. I've got 3 of them, a pink, a purple and a green. We'll start with the pink. And a real good price on this. A really good price on this. £4.99 per half metre. No, wait a minute, wait a minute. £3.99. Wowza. And look, I'll just grab this for a second and show you. How fabulous is that? It could be from the same range. But this is £3.99 a half metre. Now, if you wanted to make a big pet bed, half a metre of this, maybe 1.5 metres of this, for the underside and maybe a border around the outside, or a frill or a welt or something like that. And it keeps the cost down of the overall project. Brilliant stuff. Great for quilt backings, bindings, borders. Line your bags with that too. Really, really good price. £3.99 on that. Great. Purple. Loads of you coming in for that. It's pure fabric. Pure fabric. It's pure fabric. It's 100% pure cotton, is what I meant to say. Right, my purple girls and boys. Here we go. This is lovely. This is that sort of lovely violet-y, amethysty purple. £3.99 again. We're spoiling you today. Lovely stuff. And you've got that lovely kind of subtle stripe effect really in the background. Variation in colour. But then you've also got the spots, the little dots on there as well of varying sizes. So again, looks really fab as a binding or as a thin sashing. But also great as a whole piece of fabric. Love that. Got one more option in this fabric. And yeah, we're going to drop the price as well. This is the green. And this is vibrant. And it's dragon skin. It is fresh green fields. It's emeralds. Absolutely beautiful. £3.99. Think about how useful these would be to have in your stash for quilt backings. Really affordable quilt backings, 42 to 44 inches wide. Excuse me, kind of 1.5 meters would be enough to back a sort of, you know, baby quilt, lap quilt type thing. If you want to go bigger than that, think about sewing 2 widths of fabric together. So start doubling those quantities. So about 3 meters of this would be okay for a single bed quilt. You'd probably want 5 to 6 meters for a double bed, and maybe 8 to 9 meters for a queen size. Fab. All right, really affordable, that one. And again, all of these go really, really nicely with our brand new Catsville. Catsville? Okay. Yes, Junk Journey. Junk Journal. Oh. I love this range. This is like Tim Holtz, but more feminine, more shabby chic, but it's absolutely beautiful. I think this has been on air once before, but it's absolutely brand new to me. You're saving the cost of 1/2 meter on the bundle. Isn't it lush? I'll show you all the individual fabrics in a second, but do you see what I mean about it being like Tim Holtz but more feminine? So it's that lovely eclectic element style of florals and print and old buttons and trinkets, decoupage, labels, sort of lace and linen, but pretty, feminine, lovely kind of girly colours, just beautiful. Now what you're getting here is 12 half-meter cuts. Wow. 12 half-meter cuts. You're saving because you're only paying for 5.5 meters. Great saving there, £82.39. Let's dive in and have a little look at some of these. The half meters are very, very limited. Shall I show the ones that are very, very limited? Butterflies, both of them. Okay, so these ones first I'll show you. So this cream butterfly, oh, this is lovely. This is lovely. And think about all the fussy cutting. Goodness gracious me. Think of all the fussy cutting you could do with that. Don't try and put individual little bits of bond web. Put a square or a rectangular bond web on the back to cover an area, fuse it, and then cut out individual butterflies. And if you don't fancy trying to cut out the antenna, cut them off and then just embroider them back on, or even use something like Sanntangle 03 pen to draw them in. And you could do a few little extra details. You could tangle around them once you'd fused them down, couldn't you? Absolutely fab. This would also be really cool, just a piece stretched over an artist's frame, stapled to the back. This would make great wall art. Beautiful. About to sell out, that one. Less than 5 meters left, which again, I know it sounds like quite a lot. If it was in a quilt shop, it might last a weekend or a few weeks. Here, it'll be gone within the hour. Next one up, same design, but with a light chambray blue background. Check that out. That is yummy. Absolutely yummy. And they're printed in sort of straight rows, vertical and horizontal, which is making me think it would be quite straightforward to fussy cut squares and rectangles or strips. Imagine something like bag handles or a shoulder strap with butterflies running up and over your shoulder. That would be lovely. Now, some that are kind of like collage. The big ladies. Okay, I'm having a look. Oh, ending 12. Ah, I see. This is really different fabric. Isn't that stunning? It almost has a look of a panel about it, but it's not. You buy it by the half meter. So tell you what I would do with this. I would cover a screen, you know, a concertina screen, a room divider with this. That would be awesome. We've got 3.5 meters left, that's all. It would also be gorgeous for a big border on a quilt. And if you do want a big border on a quilt, I'd get in there really quickly, because I would recommend that you cut this vertically for the side borders, but horizontally for the top and bottom, so that these directional elements are the right way up on your quilt. So then you might need 2.5 meters, more of that in baskets than we have. Well spotted, gorgeous. Yeah, got it. Blue background first, ending 3-4. Oh, this is gorgeous. This is absolutely gorgeous. So this has got that sort of Tim Holtz vibe for me. It's taking old vintage adverts and labels and decoupage. Look at the quality of the printing. How close can you get in, Bruce? It's really amazing. That is fab, isn't it? Coloured silks, summer silks, coloured grosgrain silks. Oh, and like a little theatre ticket there, or cinema ticket. Labels and show cards. and like the back of playing cards here. They're just beautiful. Now again, use this for something like a bag or cushions would be beautiful, just cut up as is, you know. But also you've got so much potential for fussy cutting for, say, EPP. I mean, imagine, you know, if you buy a few meters and then and do a granny's flower garden quilt, where you might need 6 motifs the same, but you know, you've got this one here that you could find 6 repeats over a few meters, cut them out in hexagons. You've got the little nest with eggs, that would be a different one. You've got, look, a little fan with the cat's face down there, or the palm print. These could all be different elements. What about a plique? Right here you've got a dress and a hat that you could cut out and home. I mean, just fabulous. Everybody needs at least ½ meter of this fabric. But everyone can't have ½ meter of this fabric because it is flying out. That's a lovely one. Look at that one. So lush. And even just ones like this, where you could make little labels to put on things. Little mushrooms. Oh, little mushrooms, yes. Yes, that's gorgeous. Well, divine. You could look at that fabric all day, couldn't you? We've also got that with a cream background. And £7.49 a metre. These are not expensive fabrics. When you look at the amount of detail. Oh, I'm really torn now. Look at that one. I'm really torn because I do like a dark background, but this is crisp, isn't it? Sewing machine cover. Yeah. Yeah, some cushions in your sewing room, some storage tubs would be fab. So many different ways you could use a fabric like this. I'm just going to hold up ½ meter so that you can see. That's mad, isn't it? All of that potential in ½ meter. And ½ meter just about gives you one full print repeat. As I say, it's not a panel. But ½ meter is about the repeat, because if you look, you've got the mushrooms here at the top, and then if you look right down at the bottom, you'll see the, there they are, just at the bottom there. So just before the ½ meter. So it's probably got an 18-inch repeat. They're on rollers and they're all different sizes, and there's an 18-inch roller. So it's probably that. It would also be incredible for stack and whack. If you've ever done stack and whack quilting before, you do need quite a lot of meterage. You'd need probably at least maybe 3 or 4 meters for a decent sized quilt, but you would get the most incredible effects with that. And if you've never seen stack and whack, it really does rely on serendipity. It looks like fussy cutting. It is kind of fussy cutting, but not in the sense that you center a template and cut it out. You cut identical strips of fabric, layer them up on top of each other, and then cut triangles out of the stack. So each triangle stack has 6 or 8 repeats that are identical, and then when you sew them together, you get this amazing kaleidoscope effect. Imagine what you could do with that. Super yummy. Would be the, excuse me, it would be the most amazing backing for a quilt as well, where the back of the quilt would be every bit as amazing as the front. Little buttons, little buttons. Blue first, yeah. 2.5 meters of this one left. This is the kind of thing, again, have ½ meter of this in your stash for those times when you just want something a bit quirky. You could even, how much fun would it be to use this fabric to cover buttons with? Do you know what I mean? You could actually fussy cut and cover buttons with button fabric so they looked like sewn on buttons, but they weren't. I'm being really crafty today. Or you could put bondweb on the back, cut them out, and then again sort of create like button patterns on a cushion or a bag. I mean, imagine just a strip of this across the front of a bag would be cool. A skirt would be amazing in this. Like an A-line, maybe? Like an A-line skirt. Or like a, some sundress would be cute in that. Oh, this is lovely. I don't know if you can see this, but on this one button right here, there's like a little boy and a little girl. Oh, I've got a tickle, sorry. It's like a little vintage photograph. There's some lovely deals. There's a little robin with eggs in a nest right there. There's a kitten there. Oh, it's a bit spooky, isn't it? Because the buttonholes are its eyes, so it looks like an owl and a cat had babies, and then one of them was made into a button. Oh, it's going dark. Stop it, Stuart. Move on. Move on. Move on. On a pink background. Yes. Yes. Lovely. All your favourites are there, the little vintage photograph there, the owl cat's there. Oh, well, do you know what? It kind of makes sense now, because the owl and the pussycat went to sea and then they got married, so it naturally follows. That's a funny old rhyme, that, though, isn't it? It's a funny poem. It is. Yeah. Absinthe may have been drunk. But these are lovely. These are all by Moda, by the way. They're all from Moda. The quality of the fabric is exceptional. The quality of the printing is amazing too, which you would need and expect on a fabric like this, because it's all about the detail. It's all about getting close up and seeing, oh, it's lovely. Now, can we do this one next, please, the numbers? Because again, this is sort of pretty Tim Holtz, isn't it? I mean, it's not Tim Holtz, and I probably shouldn't really keep saying that. But if you love the Tim Holtz vibe, but you want something that's a bit more softer, gentler, a bit more kind of vintage, shabby chic, this is the range for you. I think it's lovely. Less than 10 of this one left. This would be great for bag making. I could imagine something like, a tablet case made out of this would be smart. Or a school bag. Pencil cases. If you got the pattern from Sarah Bartlett, who was on a few days ago with the amazing pull down pencil case, you can make that in all sorts of fabric. If you got it with her amazing waterproof fabric, when you made that, you'll want some more fabric. This would be nice for that. £1/2 would do a few of them. Lush. Lace. Now, this is great. There's 2 different lace prints, one in pink and one in blue. Let's do pink first. So again, I love it when a fabric has a real kind of use me like this kind of written all over it, which you can, or you can completely ignore. But I think, well, it's asking, isn't it, to be a border either cut like this or a binding. That would be pretty. Or you can cut your strips like this, and then you could really go to town. I want to mitre strips of this together to create frames. You could also, this would be very, very pretty for those kind of lovely wardrobe makes. So things like padded coat hangers and little protective covers for on the shoulders of jackets. You get those lovely little covers, for maybe like a special wedding outfit. Lavender bags, things like that. And also maybe some dressing table makes too. So perhaps little shallow baskets for putting rings or makeup or hand creams, things like that in would be nice. It would also be really lovely to create a frill out of as well. You imagine a sort of, you know, a nice kind of pleated or gathered frill along a cushion, or I'm not giving a very good example there, but you know what I mean. Shallower than that. Move on, Stuart, for goodness sake. You're embarrassing yourself. Same thing, but in blue this time. And it's a lovely sort of soft slatey blue. It's gorgeous. Love that. 749.5 metre. Again, the kind of thing you could fussy cut. Right, we've got a couple of big florals in this range. One blue and one ivory. I'll show you them both. Let's do ivory first. Yeah. So a nice vintage style floral. Be lovely to use that perhaps with the lace. That would be really nice little combo. Make some pretty projects out of that. And then I think my favourite out of the two is the one with the blue background, because it just makes the colours and the flowers pop on that. I think that would just be beautiful for a sort of 50s style dress. In that would be lush. Lots and lots of possibilities for fussy cutting as well. Or just centering the motifs. Loads and loads and loads of that in baskets. Don't forget to check out. We do have some lovely solids as well, which coordinate with the cats range. But we've got to get on. Jenny Jackson is all waiting in the wings. So we need to go for a break. And when we come back, we'll be doing the next instalment of the Sew a Row quilt. So I'll see you after this.
Get ready to meet the Gemini 2. We have been counting down the days and now it's just around the corner. The Gemini 2 is coming right here to Sewing Street on the 30th of May. Now I just can't wait to introduce you guys, our wonderful Sewing Street community, to this, the Gemini 2. Now it's our brand new, improved, smarter, faster and just all round amazing die cutting and embossing machine. We've added some really innovative and pretty exciting new features and updated functions, and with all of that newness we haven't cut back on anything. The Gemini 2 has all of the power, precision and performance of our entire Gemini family. Now, it will be available to buy on the Sewing Street website on Tuesday the 30th of May. This will be a day to remember, so make sure you join Craig, Becky, John Scott and the whole Sewing Street team from 8 AM on Tuesday the 30th of May for the official launch of our amazing Gemini 2.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
La 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 la, Jenny Jackson's here. Ba ba, it's May, month of the month. La 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 la. It is time for the block of the month. Jenny Jackson's in the house. We've got to get the details straight on screen because this is flying out. Details at the moment are for the blue. Now it's May. You didn't need me to tell you that, which means it's this month right here. Part of Jenny Jackson's fabulous block of the month, foundation paper piece, strip of the month quilt. This is turning into an absolutely beautiful quilt, isn't it? Are you keeping up? Are you saving it for a special? Just beautiful. You get a panel with all of the fabrics on for you. All convenient, all in one place. Cut it up, away you go. You get your full pattern, you get your foundations in there, and you actually get them all printed out for you. So you don't even need a printer, as long as you don't make a mistake. So you might want to make a couple of copies just so you've got a bit of insurance policy. But you get your panel. So this is May's panel. These are huge. I'm going to need disembodied fingers. They've got pink nails attached to them. Can you guess? So here are all your fabrics. Come on, get on. There she is, everybody. Oh, yeah, right, get back off now. Off you go, off you go, off you go. That's better, good. Excellent, Jenny Jackson, everybody. So there's your blue panel. Blue, incredibly popular. Already well over 100 of the blue had already sold before we even got to air. We know lots of you are waiting each month for your next instalment. You're all loving it. We're loving seeing what you're making as well. Okay, and then you're also getting your instructions. So each month Jenny shows us how to foundation piece that specific pattern. So it's not generic instructions for how to foundation piece each month. They're specific to the row that you're working on, which I think is absolutely tip-top. That's crossing all the T's. And then, after all full instruction, you also get all of the foundations all printed out for you. They're ready to use. They're just the right sort of paper for using for foundation paper piecing. And, you know, you can also, of course, copy. You've got a template which is on heavier weight paper, and that's to keep. So what I always used to do, if you've got a yellow highlighter pen, if you draw line, I used to do this at school all the time. If you draw highlighter, bright yellow, straight across the template, you'll know never use this one, never cut it up. When you photocopy it, the yellow highlighter pen doesn't photocopy, so it doesn't show on your templates. That's how we always used to know which one was the master copy. Top tips too, probably find they've changed the formulation and it comes out jet black now. Obviously do a test. Do a test. I think everyone knows now. You can more or less believe everything that I say, but just occasionally I do. The rhubarb triangle was true. So many planes have got lost over the rhubarb triangle. Did you know about that? No, I did make that up. So that's the blue strip of the month. We've also got the fabulous pastel version. Now again, well over 100 of these panel and foundation sets have already gone before we even came to air. $19.99 for this. Again, working on May, it's that same strip. Now, again, where are those little pink and purple nails when I need them? They are, as if by magic. This is very sweet and pretty. So designed to coordinate absolutely beautifully with your previous months. Now where the blue version kind of ombres from dark to light and then back out to dark again, the pastel version is more of a kind of scrappy all over look. So you know, lots of people are kind of equally popular, neck and neck really. It's pretty tough to call which one is the more popular. In fact, it's not fair to say there is a more popular. They've both been incredibly popular. Thanks, Jenny. So that's your pastel. You also get your instructions, your full tutorial to piece. Remember, not any old month, but May. And you also get all of your foundations already printed off to you for you, so you can just jump straight in and get straight to the sewing, straight to the good stuff. You're not having to search for loads of fabrics that go together. You've got a panel which is perfectly coordinated with your previous months. This is pastel on screen. You're looking at the blue version, of course, in the background, but we are currently giving you the details for the pastel panel and foundations. Right, let's get Jenny on. Hello. Great to have you back.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you for your great assistance there.
It's my pleasure.
Is this the quilt so far?
Yeah, so this is the pastel so far. I'm making the pastel as we go, so I'm making it with you.
Fabulous. Can we have a look?
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Might be a little bit creased now. Keep giving it an eye and then folding it up again.
Oh,
there we go.
That is absolutely stunning. So this is the row at the bottom that we're going to be working on today, right?
Yes.
Oh, isn't that beautiful? Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. And it's this row along the bottom, which is a log cabin variation?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my version.
Gorgeous. Love that it's all foundation pieced. It means that everyone's patchwork is going to be precise.
Yeah.
And more importantly, it's going to fit together.
Exactly. And you know what's amazing is so many people who are doing this have never foundation paper pieced in their lives.
Well done you.
And now they're loving it.
Yeah.
They've got it.
Yeah. It's a Marmite technique, Jenny.
It really
it's true
is.
To say. But the people that don't like it, I think most of them have learnt the wrong method, not had a good teacher. There's a reason why they're struggling.
It is, it's just because they don't get it.
Yeah.
Or they've tried a foundation paper piece pattern that's too hard for a beginner to start with.
This is completely beginner friendly.
That's completely beginner friendly, yeah, because they can get really complex. You see the most amazing pictures, but you really need to start simple.
Yeah, absolutely. This is perfect.
Yeah. And then once you've got it, you've got it.
You build up your skills,
Exactly.
you learn along with Jenny every month. You see the results.
Indeed.
And Jenny, you've been around for a while. For anybody that doesn't know who you are, just give us a tiny bit of background before we launch
about
into...
me?
Yeah.
Well,
who are you? Tell us.
Who am I? I actually would say I specialise in English paper piecing, but over the years I've come to love FPP as well. So yeah, I just sew.
And you're a best-selling author.
Yeah.
Plug the book. Come on.
Yes, that's been a year.
A year?
A year this month since its official release.
And it's called?
English Paper Piecing Workshop.
By Jenny Jackson.
By Jenny Jackson. And I think the subtitle's for beginners and beyond.
Awesome. And
I
they
love
are
getting
beautiful.
people into it.
Yeah.
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 So,
absolutely brilliant.
I can't believe that's been a year.
It's incredible.
It's gone so fast. Yeah.
We want another one. Just saying. We're all ready for another one. Fab. All right, so you're going to demo May and you're working on the pastels.
I am indeed.
Right.
I haven't set myself up because that would just mean I was organised. So.
All right, darling. Christine's got in touch to say, morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard and Jenny Jackson.
Hello, hello.
Hope you had a wonderful birthday on Tuesday, Jenny.
Oh, thank you. It was indeed.
Hey, did you have a passion fruit martini?
I didn't. No, I did go out for dinner with my other half and Dylan.
Good.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weird birthday this year. I wasn't really feeling it.
No, but some birthdays are like that.
Yeah, it was nice. We had food.
Cool.
Fabulous.
Fabulous.
Food, it's okay.
Yeah, well, happy birthday.
Thank you.
So, talk us through.
Right, so...
do you have the blue one there?
I'm going to demo in the blue one because
Gotcha.
I'm using the pastel each month to do a whole strip so everyone can see it.
Understood.
So then I've got the blue one. So this one's really, really super easy. This is the block that's repeated 9 times along the quilt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is a bit of a log cabin, just slightly different because it's got that big rectangle in the middle there. But it just fitted well. So I was just going for it. Love it.
And I love the mix of fabrics too.
Yeah, they just work so well. Every month it's just perfect. I'm loving it.
Both versions are fresh and sparkly.
And so different.
Yeah, really different.
They look like different quilts almost.
Completely.
And I'm seeing that. The more pastel rows I add, I'm seeing how different they are. So
I'm just going to grab the pastel version.
Yeah, go for it.
Again, just so you can see how that row looks. It's this one along the bottom, isn't it? Yeah. So there's that bottom row. And it's just a gorgeous mix of soft pastel shades, lovely little florals. And where traditionally log cabins often split into lights and darks, it does not always have to be like that at all. There are lots of ways of doing these things. And this is a real sort of mixture and a blended version.
You just do what you want to do.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah. So the first stage is you cut your panel. They're fat 8s on the panel. So just cut your fat 8s separate.
Okay.
So you've got them separate. There's always fabric left over. And this one's super easy. You're just cutting different size rectangles. I have a key in the pattern that says for number 1, you need this size rectangle, number 2, this size rectangle, and so on. So just, so super easy. And I always give you more than 1/4 of an inch around the edge.
So you do a little bit of trimming?
You do trimming because I feel like with foundation paper piecing, it's very stressful if you haven't cut enough fabric. You've sewn it, and then it doesn't cover the shape that you want it to cover because undoing 1.2 inch stitch length is vile.
Yeah.
So you just don't want to.
No, you don't want to unpick that.
You don't want to unpick it. So I give you plenty of fabric to use. So what I do is I pre-fold my template because I find it easier to work with.
What does that mean?
So I'm going to fold on the lines before I sew. Okay. So when you get your sheet of paper, cut out just beyond the dash line like I have here. And then you're just going to fold along every line that you're going to sew along before you start.
Okay.
Makes it easier when you're flipping and switching it over later.
Okay.
And you can use the line as the creased line as a guide to make sure your fabric's covering it as well.
What a smart idea! I've not seen
well,
that.
You know.
Yeah, like that.
I'm a bright spark when I want to be.
Yeah. Well, it just goes to show it doesn't matter how long you've been doing anything. There's always something new to learn.
Oh yeah. Do you know what I've got? I've got one of So Dylan, for my birthday, he got me one of Lisa Lamb's bags.
Oh, lovely.
The saddle stitch bags. I've never done it
Gorgeous.
before. So Lisa popped round the other day she came round to mine literally just to give me a cuddle.
Did you get like an individual audience with the Lisa Lamb?
No, but I'm going to take my kit to her house to do.
Wow, well that's special treatment.
I know. I mean, I don't think I asked her if I could do that.
No.
No, but I'm going to do it.
Well, I mean, Lisa's probably watching, so consider this
exactly.
a request. Yeah, she's
I'll
coming
see you
round,
soon.
Lisa.
Yeah, she literally just came round to give me a massive cuddle,
Oh.
which is just what I needed.
Yeah.
Do we
Lisa
have-
Lamb
I've forgot
gives
my
awesome
pins.
cuddles.
She does. She's so little as well, so it's just like...
Yeah, we got some pins, no problem.
I just
We
completely
can sort
forgot
that for you,
them, just
don't worry.
normal pins.
Yeah, absolutely. See, I just do that.
Honestly, I'm surprised I
and then
remembered.
do that. Thank you, Kat.
I'm not going to lie, I'm surprised I remembered my demo work today. I posted on Facebook, I'll be bringing June's strip of the month tomorrow.
Oh.
I was like, no.
No.
It's because I spent yesterday writing June's. That's what I'm using as an excuse. Right, so I've pre-folded my template. What you want to do is you're going to need to cover the whole of section 1 first. So you flip it over, your template over, and then it's wrong side of fabric against the wrong side of the paper. This is where your crease lines come in handy. You can see that's number 1.
Really clearly.
So you just want to centre that. As you can see, well, I don't know if you can see it on TV, it's way over, it's more like half an inch bigger each side.
It's that first piece of fabric that often foxes people,
Yes,
isn't
it really is. I mean, if you're using solids, it doesn't matter which way you've got it. But it is always wrong side against the wrong side, whatever. So I'm just going to pin mine in place. You can use a little bit of glue here, Sew-Line glue. That's fine, but I like to just pin it. I use enough Sew-Line doing EPP.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
I need to save it.
Not going to start using it for this.
Exactly. So you've got the first piece pinned in place, and then you want to sew along between 1 and 2 to start with. So you're going to fold your template back, and because I've already got my creases, it just folds back so
makes
easily.
perfect sense.
And then you want to trim down that fabric to 1/4 inch. This is when your add a quarter rulers come in handy, because it's got that little, what do you call it, a little nip?
Yep, little ledge.
A little ledge, and you can feel it hitting your fold in your paper. Little nip.
Oh, a lip. It's a nip.
I think I probably did. I give up. And you just want to trim that excess fabric away. So there you've got 1/4 inch over your paper. Then you want to open the paper out again. Take your piece for number 2, and you press, right, now it's right sides together of the fabric, and that will be all the way through, right sides together.
And that's very familiar because there's always right sides of the fabric together, isn't it, really?
I mean, unless you're not concentrating, and then you sew everything together and you see one that's the wrong way up. So that we're just going to line that up against the line we've just cut. Hold or pin it in place. And then you're going to sew on the line between 1 and 2, but you're going to start just before the line starts and finish just after.
And this again is for first timers, this is like, what? Because we now have the printed side of the paper up.
And the fabric underneath.
The fabric's underneath, so you can't really see what's going on, but that's why you pin it.
Exactly that. So I'm just starting before the line, using 1.2 stitch length.
So that's quite short.
It's tiny. It's because it helps the paper, basically, when you rip the paper away, the stitches are so small they're not going to tear.
It's perforated.
Exactly, that's the word I was looking for. There, as you can, I don't know if the camera will catch that because I've got grey.
Yeah, we can see that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yep, so it's just before the line and just beyond the line. So next up, flip it over again. It's basically a lot of flipping and switching, isn't it? So open that fabric.
This is familiar. If we just sewn 2 fabrics together, we'd have put them right sides together and then we'd flip them open and press them.
Exactly, and we're flipping it open, and I use a seam roller for all of these pieces because I know I don't have to get my iron out. And this panel fabric is so lovely for FPP. I was saying before, until this project, I'd never used a panel for FPP. And it's so nice.
It's great.
Yeah,
really
brilliant.
firm and crisp.
Yeah, exactly.
And onto crisp, clean pressed, doesn't it? We've actually got those seam rollers. Ours are red. Details are on screen. They're $6.99. They're absolutely worth their weight in gold. Again, I think this is one of those bits of kit that should be in every
sewer's
I don't just use it for
toolbox. Yeah.
foundation paper
No.
pressing. I use it all the time.
Any
Just for
pressing.
a quick.
And also really, really good when you can't iron. Because either you haven't got an iron near you or ironing would melt or damage the project. Brill. Good
Perfect.
stuff. Okay, so
Right.
pieces 1 and 2, done.
So now we want to add number 3, which is over here. So you're going to fold along the line. This time it's between 1 and 2. So as you can see, where I've stitched just beyond the line,
your
the fabric goes like
kinda
that. So you
wrinkled.
just pull it, because your stitches are so tiny.
Yep.
It's not going to do any harm.
So you just pop those stitches out.
Yeah, just literally pull the fabric down
Don't unpick
like that.
them.
Don't unpick
just
it. No.
Pull it back.
They're there for a reason.
Get it flat.
Yep.
And then get your
Exactly
little
that.
lip.
And trim off that edge. I feel like my fabrics might have, yeah, they have. They've got mixed up, haven't they?
Okay. That'll be the next one.
Looks about right.
Yeah.
So where I've just trimmed, again, right sides together, like so. Hold or pin in place or move it as you're doing it. There we go. And we're going to sew along the line between 1, 2 and 3, starting, always start just before the line and end just after. Oh, I've gone a bit wonky there.
And you're sewing directly on the line that's printed.
Exactly on that line, all the way along.
But that's where it's so good for beginners, because if you can follow the line, you can
Exactly.
sew a perfect straight seam.
Exactly that. And also if you struggle to match points and stuff, it does all the point matching for you.
We like that.
We do like that. So flipped it over. Just going to make sure you do seam roll or iron each stage.
Yeah.
Or you'll end up with like bunchy fabric. And
For me, this is when having a multi-mat next to you is absolutely key. You know, that's got a cutting mat and a pressing
bit.
surface,
Yeah.
and just ideal.
exactly that.
Otherwise, you get all your steps in, going backwards and forwards.
Oh yeah,
don't you?
that's why I use a seam roller.
But a bit
instead
of a
an
drag.
iron,
Yeah,
so I just don't have to move.
No.
Right, so now it's on to number 4. Just going to remove that pin. Fold along that line again and just pull that fabric down. As you can see, the stitches don't move. That is the reason why you do a few before, because it needs to be over the line.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
it wouldn't work.
And Carol Doak, who I learnt the kind of queen of foundation paper piecing, always used to say at that point, "I am woman, hear me roar," and she'd rip it back, you know, just to show how strong she was.
Brilliant.
And it always makes me giggle. You know, you hear that voice in your
Yes,
head.
in the head.
I always
yeah.
hear her voice.
That's brilliant. I think this is the right piece that I've cut. It's because I travel with them, isn't it? And I cut this probably a month ago. Right, so
Yeah.
you just want to line that up, making sure it's either side. You can always flip it back. I usually do that on most patterns, but this one, being rectangles like this, it's so obvious that is going to happen. So I'm going to...
Or is it that one?
well, this is going to be the neck. Hang on a minute. Have I
yeah.
got any really small pieces? No, this is the longest piece now. I think that's number 6.
Ah, yeah.
There we go. We'll find a way. I've got loads of the fabric that I can always cut an extra
You get
one.
plenty, don't you, on the panel?
Oh yeah, there's
it's
always
not skinny
some.
mini.
Yeah, there's some left over.
Just a quick stock check, the blue version and the pastel version, those are the 2 options for May. We do have previous months, and I will jump to those in a second. Got different amounts of different colours in them, but this is the blue one. Yeah, blue on screen. This is May, which is the one that Jen is working on right now. There's the row we're doing. It's the rectangular log cabin. And stock-wise, we're okay for now. Doing okay. We're doing okay. Yeah, we can restock them if we need to. Okay.
There we go. So I've just folded this over. Sorry, I've got hay fever. It's really bad today.
Season for it,
It's
isn't
driving
it?
me nuts, yeah. So I've just flipped this over, that piece we've just sewn, and now it's number 5. So we're going to fold that. See, honestly, if you pre-fold your papers, it's so much easier to fold.
It is easier. I mean, I've done loads of foundation piecing, never done that.
Yeah, instead of having to then make sure you're getting it right, it's already done. It's easier to do when there's no fabric
Great
on there.
method.
Right, so we're going to trim off that excess fabric again.
So the numbers on the foundation, you work numerically.
You do, always.
Do not start on the outside and
No,
work
because then it
won't
won't. It will not work. Should we have a look? This is all fun, isn't it?
And we need to know that, don't we? Because, you know, otherwise you might look and think, well...
Just so any. No, don't go outside in. Definitely don't go down.
Don't do that.
Don't do it. Yep.
Don't do it.
Just don't do it.
Don't do it.
Right.
Message for you. Good morning, lovely people. Great to see you, Jen. This is from So Motion.
Oh, Louisa Gold.
Oh, hey, Louisa. Louisa was here yesterday.
She was. I was so gutted we missed each other. I only get to see Louisa if she's got a stand somewhere and we both happen to be there because I absolutely love her.
We are literally either side of each other at Festival of Quilts.
Oh, yeah, you were, weren't you?
This year we are.
This year?
We are.
Because you were just across. Oh, brilliant. Well, two of my favourite people. We all know where I'm going to be when I sneak off the dookie stand.
Come and hang out.
I know, I'll sneek off the dookie stand.
I've always got chairs on my stand, see, because I know everyone likes to come and have a bit of a sit down.
Yeah.
So you can always park yourself for half an hour, you know, whatever, 10 minutes. BYO
The dookie boys won't notice anyway. They'll just wonder why it's gone quiet all of a sudden.
Yes, that's what they'll notice, Jenny.
But she's not here, is she?
They'll be like, what's happened? Has Jenny been kidnapped?
Hiding.
Where's the noise? So again, flip it.
Flip it over and stitch along that line.
Cool.
Just before.
And you were saying that lots of people have never done foundation paper piecing and they're getting on really well with this quilt.
Yes, there's loads.
Brilliant.
A sewing friend, Kaylee, she'd never tried it before. She really, really, really wanted to. Anyway, she's done it and now she's like an FPP queen already and we're only 5 months in.
Love it. Yeah, yeah.
She's loving it. My mum, she's doing it as well.
Is she?
Yeah, yeah.
Well
She was a bit concerned. She was like, right, I mustn't forget to pre-order it, make sure I've got it. And she'd never done it before. And she actually, on January's, she photocopied some extra templates and she actually got some of her stash just to practice the first ones.
Love that.
Because she'd never done it before. Practiced a couple and then she could pop those in a cushion or something.
Yeah, of course.
She just wanted to make sure before she used the panel fabric that she got it.
And some people are making both versions, pastel and blue.
Yes, they are. Yes.
Because they are like two totally different quilts. Loving the blues. Steph's got in touch today. Morning, Stuart. I see you phoned the set to make sure you match the colours. Looking good. Have a lovely day.
Oh yeah, we're matching.
We're matching as well.
Yeah, I've just realised.
Yeah.
I'm blue today.
Toning, not blending.
Yes.
It's still fitting, yeah.
Toning, not blending. Right, what are we on? Number 6.
Number 6.
Now we're down on the outside of doing the outside of the block. So we just fold that over. Yeah, just checking. Do you know what I have a habit of doing is often I print out one and maybe I've got one of the numbers the wrong way.
Yeah, okay.
But I will still use that one when I'm doing the samples.
Gotcha.
Because I know.
Gotcha.
And I'm just checking that I haven't accidentally printed out one of the first versions, the trial and error versions.
Because there is a lot of trial and error in quilt patterns and bag patterns.
Oh yeah.
What's your sort of process when you're designing a new quilt?
It depends what it is. If it's EPP, if it's a quilt, I will just play. I love playing with shapes. I can lose hours playing with shapes. And then often, if it's for my website or for the book, I did colour as I went. I noted how much I was using.
Okay.
If I'm doing a...
Well, that's good because I never do. When I get to the end of a quilt, I think, well, how much did I use?
Yeah, no, I've learned to do that after a few really big panic moments, like I have no idea what to do for the quantities needed. If it's a 3D EPP project, like a pouch...
Like a lampshade?
Not the lampshade,
no.
But for a pouch or something, I will use a plain piece of fabric of a pretty print so I can use it afterwards.
Yeah.
To make sure I get the measurements and the sizing right. I'll never do that in EPP because that's a lot of hand sewing for it not to work.
For sure, for sure.
Always. Right, so we're lining that against this one. But yeah, my mum wanted to help make the samples for my book, but I just couldn't because I was working it out as I went.
Yeah. And also, you know, you want to be there on every process, don't you? It's like, it's your baby.
Oh, yeah.
It's your baby. Talking of which, I'm sorry to mention a later show already, but I can't wait for the 11 o'clock show, which is an EPP lampshade.
The first one on
so
Sewing
gorgeous.
Street.
First one ever. And your fabulous turned edge applique.
Yes.
Let me just show you actually while Jen is trimming. That sounded wrong. How to shop with us on the website. So go to www.sewingstreet.com and it looks different when you get there, because normally it would say watch live, and what you need to do is there's little arrows on the right. You have to click on the arrow across to watch live. What do you do? Oh, there's a little at the top, watch live. You can do that too. You can scroll or you can click the button. So click on watch live. Yeah. And then there we are. And then thereafter, it's all very familiar. You can see the early bird at the top. You can see today's show deals. Remember, today's show deals means everything that's been on air so far. And then coming up on today's show is what we always used to call pre-order. So it's coming up later. Fabulous. Can we just scroll down really quickly to the EPP lampshade? There it is. There it is. Oh, it's so beautiful. There are two different versions. Absolutely gorgeous. And then the cushions, fab. Two different versions of that. And then some gorgeous kits at 12. Don't miss out. Don't miss out. Right.
Right, so we're adding number 7 now. So it's just the same thing. Fold back. Pull your bit of fabric. Trim off. It's so relaxing. Ooh.
And it's methodical. And now, do you ever chain stitch your foundations?
I don't know.
You make one in its entirety, then make the next.
Yes, I enjoy it. But what I do is group all my fabrics together. I use a lot of like sticky notes and make sure they're all together. If I feel like I'm going to forget what it's for, I have one saying like 1, and I'll just reuse them all the time. But like 1, 2, just so I know to make it clear.
Got you.
But what I would say is before you start sewing as well, is if you cut all your fabrics, lay them out so you don't get maybe the same print in the same block and stuff. That's how I do it. And then before I sew all the blocks together, I will lay it out under the last month's, just to make sure, for example, this one, because sometimes you have a very similar print.
Understood.
So it's not, so this line here wouldn't be exactly the same as that one.
Gotcha. So you've always got a bit of contrast.
So I would just like play around with it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes absolute sense.
And I moved a few round on the pastel one after I made it, because I thought, actually no, let me just, before I sew those together, let me just move them.
Well, it's funny how your brain works, isn't it? I often find, like, if I'm doing something like a log cabin quilt, I will keep reaching for the same fabrics for the outer logs, which is bad unless you want them to join up, because otherwise they join up when you join the blocks together. But my brain's got it like, that's a really good fabric for the outer edge, so I keep going for it, and I have to keep stopping myself.
No,
don't do it.
So we're just folding over the fabric and...
Now, are you ready for a little Q&A session with Jenny Jackson? It's all a question. Let's do it. Morning, can you show me a picture of the quilt in the other colour? Many thanks, Herbie, sent from Verena. In Somerset.
We don't have a full picture.
So we can show you the story so far.
Yes, we can.
Can't we?
Where are we?
Jenny's making it as we speak.
Oh, no.
So you've done the first 5 rows.
I have.
So this is the quilt so far. We'll hold it nice and taut so you can see. So that's the pastel version. So does it still go from darker through to a bit? No, it doesn't.
Not really, no. It's more of just a proper patchworky quilt.
Yeah, absolutely
Like
glorious.
It's very modern, but very traditional.
I get
in the
that.
way it's patchwork.
I get that.
Yeah. So it's just the same thing, cutting the fabrics and playing around where you want them to go.
Yep. But yeah, there won't be a finished quilt to show you until
December. Yeah.
Did you start in January then?
Yes.
Yes,
How
so it
perfect
really
was
is.
that? It really is a year-long one.
Yeah.
Which is just very
But
handy.
absolutely beautiful, Verena, and that's how it's going to look throughout, isn't
Yes,
it?
it is
Or
indeed.
Herbie. So that's the pastel. Another question? Oh, it's a Q&A with Jenny Jackson. Love doing the foundation paper piece quilt. This is from Janet in West Yorkshire. Never done one before because I do not have a printer. Having all the printed papers is great. Thank you, Janet.
That's my pleasure. I just think it's so nice to get something and you can just go.
Straight on.
Just get on with it. You don't have to worry about any of that. If you do mess up, you have the master copy and you can just pop to a photocopy library or wherever.
I don't have a printer at home anymore. Lots of people don't.
I do. Well, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is perfect. I just really like the idea of it coming through the door, and if you're in the mood, you can just
do it.
Get on. No
Lots of
faffing.
you are. Lots of
Cut
you
that
are.
fabric up.
Literally hundreds of people were ready before you came on air, had already bought their panel, had already got their pattern and foundations, and just sitting back, relaxing now.
I know, I've had a few messages over the past month saying, please tell me you're going to get the previous month's in because I missed out on a month, or
and
I've just decided I want to do it, so I'm just going to grab all the rest of the month.
Yeah.
And start.
Sometimes it's like that, isn't it? You want to sort of see how it's going
a
little
get the
bit
feel
before
for
you
it.
decide.
Yeah.
I get that.
Right, so number 8, we're nearly done. 2 more pieces to add.
So 9 pieces in this foundation.
Yes, in this one, yep. And then I can show you how to trim it off and sew it to another block because I've already done 1 block.
Oh, awesome, yeah.
Ready, because it's just the little things that help.
Yeah, joining foundation to foundation.
Yep. Oh, look at that. I did guess right with all the pieces.
It's in.
You can tell I've made it before.
Cooking on gas.
Right,
have you ever made a real boo-boo?
What, on foundation paper piecing?
Just in life generally. No.
Well, many.
Yeah, no, like on a quilt, you know.
Yeah. It's like I said before, thinking I've done right sides together, but carrying on and not noticing till way beyond the end, and then you're just like, I cut a binding strip too small the other day.
Oh.
And I was like, that's really annoying.
Because it's a lot of strips.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fabric, and you.
I was just putting it
Too
together
small.
instead of folding the fabric over. I just chopped it off, so I didn't have tails to meet.
Got you.
I was like, are you kidding me? I blagged it.
I stitched a quilt to my trousers once.
I've cut through my clothes before numerous times with scissors. All the time.
Yeah. But you know what? I bet loads of you have done this when you're doing hand sewing and you've got it in your lap. And you're just stitching through, having a lovely time. And you think, oh, now would be a good time to pop to the loo. And you get up and the quilt's attached to your skirt or your trousers.
Hand applique, I've been going and going. And then I've realised I've sewn the background folded over to the piece.
Yeah.
So you've just got to undo it. There's no option.
Or a fat quarter of fabric under a quilt while you're quilting it.
Oh, I've done that.
It's all on the back. Yeah.
Or scraps that have just got caught.
Yes.
All the time.
We've all done these things, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
Funny. I've stitched through the skin, not like dramatically, but just enough through your skin, so you're kind of attached to your patchwork.
Yeah.
You've done that as well.
All the time.
Yeah.
Right, last piece, number 9. Oh, I'm forever doing silly things. I've got a whole panel of something that I've EPP'd that didn't fit the project I needed it to, so I'll make it into a pouch. But that is a lot of work for it then to not fit with the EPP. But I was really confident in myself, and I definitely shouldn't have been.
No.
Yeah.
Was that the day you learnt not to trust yourself?
Yes. That was the day.
Oh, Jenny.
And I've got that panel there, and I keep seeing it, thinking, right, just make it into a quick.
Does it irritate you though to look at it?
Yeah, until it's made into something, and that'll probably be in approximately.
That's the thing with
5 to 6
UFOs,
years.
isn't it? We're so cross about what went wrong. I have a theory that every UFO went wrong. That's why it's a UFO.
Yeah.
Because if you still love it, you'll still keep going.
Yeah.
So, but there are some UFOs that just offend us to look at them ever again.
And also it's having the time to do a personal project, and guaranteed, if I have a bit of time, I'll pick up my scrappy hexie quilt. Because I love making it. So I'll never finish something off that should be finished. I'll just make some hexies and add to that quilt instead. Right, so this is the last piece. You're going to sew, still sewing before the line and finishing after the line, and this one's actually all the way down.
And what a lovely project to work on each month. You sew in one row, 9 blocks, I think, yeah. 9 blocks per month, and at the end of it, sew them together into your row. Do you then add that row to the previous 4 rows?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
I do that each
the quilt
time,
up.
yeah. I keep getting confused, even though I've got this machine. It's been in the hospital recently, and I've just got a GKT straight stitch. It's like an industrial, and it's just, oh my gosh, when I put my foot down, I was like, I let go of the fabric, because I was just like, what is this?
Yeah, bit of power behind it.
So much power behind it. Right, that is your final.
Oh, a lovely message
piece.
for you from Steph. Jenny, you must have the patience of a saint. I've done a tiny bit of EPP, and for me, it just takes too long, although the results are amazing. You rock!
Bless you. Thank
you. Do rock.
I love EPP.
I suppose it depends what you want, doesn't it? Because if you want sort of like pretty instant results, there are definitely patterns and methods to do that. Yeah. EPP is a slow burn.
It is. Yeah, unless you do it for work. And I don't know how I EPP so quickly.
You don't do it slowly at all.
No, because that's what people say. They say it takes forever, and I'm thinking, no. But yeah, it does in general. If it's a hobby, you just take your time. I think that's what I like as well. But EPP is very much so a sit on the sofa and watch something and chill, or take it with you when you're travelling. But what I always say is have an EPP project, but have a machine project at the same time. So the EPP one you can just pick up in the evenings when you don't want to be sat at a machine, or if you're out on holiday. But then have a quick project as well on the go for your satisfaction of finishing something.
Absolutely. It scratches both itches, doesn't it?
Exactly that. Right, so that is what the block will look like before it's trimmed.
Not a judgment, but it's a bit of a jaggedy edge.
It is a very jaggedy edge, but that's not a problem.
Okay.
Next stage, flip it over again. And what you want to do is line up your 1/4 inch mark with the solid line. Don't follow the dashed line.
Okay.
The dashed line is never an absolute perfect 1/4 inch.
Okay.
Never ever, because that is just, it's so hard to do on a computer. Any pattern you get, never line it up with that dash, because it could just be a millimetre or less than a millimetre out. Then you'll find that they don't sew together. So line it up with the solid line of the outside of the block. And don't rush this. Make sure you have got it nicely lined up before you trim off the excess paper and that excess fabric.
And this time it's using a regular rotary ruler, not your add a
quarter.
Don't,
because that will slip.
Yeah.
So don't use that.
Yeah, you've not got a lip to butt it against this time,
because you're
have you?
going flat down on top of the paper. So you just want to make sure you have, just take your time with this bit. Because as you can see, when I'm trimming off, you can still see those dash lines slightly. So if you'd trimmed off right on top of that dash line, it wouldn't quite be the right size. But the solid lines are 100% the right size.
Cool, yeah. So you just line up your ruler with those, trim the whole edge. This is where I love the reveal when you flip it over.
Exactly, then I've only got to show you how to sew the 2 blocks together, and we're done. There you go, look at that. Now it's perfect.
So once you've done 9 of those, you need to sew them together.
Yeah, and you just play with them underneath the previous one, just to make sure you've got it somewhere you like it.
Yep. Don't take the paper off.
Don't take the paper off, nope, not yet. And make sure you've got them the right way up. And this time...
When you say make sure you got the right way up?
As in, with this particular one, sometimes you twist and turn them so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But this one, you want the lettering the right way.
I see.
Yeah, so you can read it.
I've got you.
And then you will place them right sides together, line them up, pin them, clip them, do what you want with them. And this time you're going to, keeping your stitch length tiny, you're going to sew all the way from the top off the bottom. You don't start just beyond the side, and you're using that solid line as your 1/4 inch guide. So I'll just quickly sew that on, and then I'll show you the last thing that I do. I'm going to do this quickly. There we go. So I've just sewn off the line there. And right, before, all I do now is I will remove the paper from it within that seam allowance. As you can see, because I've used 1.2 stitch length, it comes off really easily. One side always easier than the other. And then I will press it.
Ah, so this is the only paper you remove
That's
at this
the only
stage?
paper I'll remove. And look, before you sew, if your papers have fallen out from the bottom of the previous line, either use these as your guide or pop a 1/4 inch foot on your machine or mark it on your machine if you don't have one. And then you can just add it like you would a normal 1/4 inch. I tend to leave the paper in as much as I can because I do like to use that guide. But if it falls out, don't worry, you can still work with it. And then once I've sewn this row on, I will remove the top papers, and I'll probably just try and leave the bottom ones in. Just so then I can use that as a guide when I add the next row. But if they fall out, it's not a problem at that stage.
There's another reason why I sew a row a month is good, because you can remove a lot of the paper in the previous rows, can't you? Leave the edges and anything that hasn't been sewn to something.
I mean, I've removed all the outer edges because you just don't need them once you're done.
Well, I suppose you don't, do you? Because you're just going to bind. You're not adding a border.
No.
You're just going to quilt and bind it.
Exactly.
Awesome. Perfect. Thanks, Jenny.
Pleasure.
Demystified as always. Let's do a quick roundup. So on screen we've got the blue, May blue. Got that right here. So you're getting your foundations all pre-printed for you. You do not need a photocopier, you do not need a printer. All of the copies you will need for this row are all done. You've also got a master copy. Don't use that, keep that, because you might want to do a scrappy version of this. Use your scraps up when you finish Jenny's blue version. Plus full instructions. And remember, not generic instructions for how to paper piece something, anything, but how to paper piece this block in particular, which I think is super useful. You also get your fabrics to create the May strip. Now these are, you get 8 fat 8s, they're all pre-printed on a panel, and Jenny's advice at the start of the hour was cut these up into 8 pieces of fabric, give them all a press, and then you can start cutting out your pieces. Love that you've got everything on one panel there. You can just dive straight in. So that's the blue option, $19.99. Jen is also working at the same time on a pastel version. Now where the blue ombres from dark through to light in the centre and then back out again, the pastels is an all over scrappy look. Beautiful soft shades of peach and pink and soft yellow, soft green, soft lilacs as well in there. Really pretty, vintagey, but also fresh, modern. So you get your 8 fat 8s printed on your panel. You also get full instructions, all of the foundations pre-printed, plus a master copy. Just keep that in a, poly pocket.
Yeah,
keep it in a
you
file.
can use them for cushions.
Yeah.
And you don't have to make another big quilt with them, but
No.
I think some of these blocks are perfect for cushions, tote bags.
Gosh, yeah.
On like just a block on a bag.
Or do a whole quilt just using one of the blocks.
Yeah, use
Just
them
make
as
lots of
borders for around another quilt.
Really nice, really nice. So that's May already flying out. Hundreds of you have gone for those. Now we have got previous months available. So let's start where it all started with January. Let's do it. Blue first. So we do restock these. So if these sell out today and you weren't quick enough, don't worry, we'll have more next month. So we start with January. This is the deepest blue, and this is kind of a flying geese row across the top. Can you point to that, please, Jenny, on the quilt?
Of course I can. I can just reach it.
There you go.
Oh,
right
can
up
you
the
see
top.
it? There we go.
There it is. Ace Cat on cameras. Thank you, Cat. So full instructions and full foundations plus your panel as well, $19.99. We've also got the pastel. Do you mind just holding up your part piece just to show us the pastels as well?
Oh, folded it. Oh, not really.
Keep it out now.
Keep it out.
So you can see there a much scrappier look to the pastels. Really pretty. And the flying geese is a nice, easy one to start with.
Oh, yeah. So easy. Super easy.
So that is January pastels, panel and instructions. Right, next up, February, my birthday month.
It is indeed.
February. Blue to start with. Would you mind pointing it out on the quilt, please, Jenny?
It is. It's
There
fun.
they are.
Right here.
Look at that. Ta-da. Thank you.
I know, I feel like I'm in a what's it, a game show.
Yeah. So an economy block or a square and a square and a square.
Square and a square and a square.
Cute, really cute. See, that's one that pops up in so many quilts.
Yeah.
Great foundation to have.
And it is so much easier doing foundation paper piecing instead of doing normal piecing, because with normal piecing it's so easy to lose those points in economy blocks.
Yeah, and you never do with foundation piecing.
As long as you sew on the line, you're not going to lose your edge.
You get patchwork perfection. After a couple of years of doing regular patchwork, you know, decades ago, I wasn't getting the results I wanted. Discovered FPP, did nothing else for about 2 years.
Brilliant.
Even half square triangles. But then when I went back to regular piecing,
you'd got your precision better.
I got the precision.
Yeah.
So that's the blue. We've also got it in the pastels. We'll put those details up. Looks really pretty in the blue and in the pastels. It's that second row. There they are. Aren't they yummy? Again, if we sell out, we will get more in, so don't worry. But nice to crack on now. January and February, get well on. Let's move to March.
Indeed.
March blue, first of all. Ooh, like a jewel.
Yeah, it's
a
kind
faceted
of like,
jewel.
Yeah, it's like Art Deco-y.
Yeah,
kind
it
of thing,
is.
isn't it?
That
And
would be
this
lovely
one is
as a
one
border.
block, but you literally just, it's upside down.
Gotcha. Gotcha. In the blues on screen, $19.99, panel and instructions, plus all your foundations already photocopied for you. If they sell out, we'll restock them. We'll keep doing that throughout the year. So you'll be able to join up until December, right?
Oh yeah, I don't see why not.
And then in the pastels, super cute. I love that you've kept the background consistent on all of these. So it does make each motif pop, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are like ice gems or sugared almonds. It's those sorts of colours.
It is, yeah. Oh, ice gems. Love them.
Really nice if you're into your kind of 30s, kind of feed sack fabrics as well. That kind of lovely look. Beautiful. So that's the March strip of the month in pastels. April is next. April showers bring May flowers. So April,
like a pinwheel type, I think. There we go.
It's like we're on countdown.
Oh, my head's in the camera, look at it.
Can I have a consonant? Could I have another vowel?
Sure.
Sure you can.
Sure you can.
April in the blue, panel and instructions to create those gorgeous pinwheels on point.
Yeah, you're not going to lose your points in your pinwheels
You're
either,
not
because that's
either.
very easy to do on normal piecing.
Yeah, it can really turn you away from regular piecing.
Oh, yeah.
Once the FPP bug bites, it bites deep.
Indeed.
And then in pastels, Jenny,
Absolutely
lovely.
love this pastel one.
Imagine that as a border around a quilt as well.
Yeah.
You've got the foundations, you've got the skills once you've completed the month.
Yeah.
It's a skill builder project.
It is, because some of them, just like the one we've just done, was just part 1. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the pinwheel is part A and part B. So I teach you how to sew 2 different pieces together, but it's a line. So when you get further on in your FPP journey, you'll see you've got like diagonals to add and loads of pieces to add to one piece. So this is just slowly introducing you to the idea. Next month you have to add 2 pieces, and one is the diagonal. So it's just teaching you the different ways of doing
you
stuff.
Teach each skill, and remember each set of instructions teaches you specifically how to make that block. Now we have a question from Collector in Warwickshire who says, what is the finished size for the quilt, please? This is from Rose.
It is on, I can't remember, but it's on the first page. You can just fold that first page forward slightly, and it says in like the
Here we
first
go.
paragraph.
Yep, the finished quilt is approximately 80 inches, 80 by 54 wide. So great double bed topper, single bed quilt.
Yeah.
Great over the back of a sofa. Another question for you. Hi, can you mix up the squares, or does it have to be as the pattern says? Says Christine in Manchester.
Do you mean mix the months up? So you mean that you could have, like, on the top one, you could have one of these and one of these? Is that what you mean? If that is what you mean, you can mix certain rows together. So these ones are all of the blocks are 6-inch wide.
Yep.
But some of the rows are 8-inch.
Rectangular.
But they'll always be 8-inch.
Yep.
They're either 6-inch squares or a 6x8 rectangle.
Right.
So you could mix, say, this one, and this.
Yes.
Together in one row, and then all the smaller squared ones you could mix in a row.
And if another interpretation
of
the question might be, can you mix and match the fabric? So, for example, would May's panel make January's blocks?
Yes, that you get the exact same fabric every month.
You're always getting
size,
8 fat 8s.
10
fat
8s
8s
on a panel, and they will always fit every row. We wanted to keep it consistent with that.
Perfect.
And fat 8s worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
Because then you get more prints than if we use fat quarters on a panel.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So yeah.
Really like that.
Hopefully we answered that.
Yeah. If we didn't answer your question, bob us another quick one in before we finish. All right. Actually, we are going to finish, aren't we? Jenny, where does the time go?
I know, it flies.
Well, you are back in an hour.
I am.
So that's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. With English paper pieced lampshade, so excited, and a brand new turned edge applique cushion.
Indeed.
Wonderful. Have a great hour off.
Thank you.
And
I shall see you shortly.
I will see you after the break.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Get ready to meet the Gemini 2. We have been counting down the days and now it's just around the corner. The Gemini 2 is coming right here to Sewing Street on the 30th of May. Now I just can't wait to introduce you guys, our wonderful Sewing Street community, to this, the Gemini 2. Now it's our brand new, improved, smarter, faster and just all round amazing die cutting and embossing machine. We've added some really innovative and pretty exciting new features and updated functions, and with all of that newness we haven't cut back on anything. The Gemini 2 has all of the power, precision and performance of our entire Gemini family. Now, it will be available to buy on the Sewing Street website on Tuesday the 30th of May. This will be a day to remember, so make sure you join Craig, Becky, John Scott and the whole Sewing Street team from 8 AM on Tuesday the 30th of May for the official launch of our amazing Gemini 2.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations. Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Let's twist again like we... Oh, that's unseemly, isn't it? Let's get straight into a demo. Twist and stitch ruler. This is from June Taylor. I love this ruler. It is ace. It is the most fun you can have with a charm pack, I'm telling you. Absolutely brilliant. Let me explain what it is first of all. The twist and stitch ruler, okay, from June Taylor, is a square slotted ruler. So it's sort of a little bit like a stripology in that it's got slots cut into it with little sort of teardrop shapes for you to put your rotary blade into, and you cut through. There's a black cross through the ruler at a bit of an angle. And if I just show you on the front of the packet what you're actually going to end up making, it creates these awesome little kind of windmill blocks which look very, very complicated and look like you're going to use a very complex template, but you're not. Literally all you're going to do is sew squares together. I'll show you how easy it is. Now you can make blocks from 3 inches to 10 inches. There's all of the different dimensions are all included. So try and keep that safe if you can when you get your ruler home. If you mislay it or lose it, and that does happen, if you go onto the June Taylor website, they've actually got all of that information on there as well. So that's awesome. But anyway, let's get straight into it. It is $36.99. You can make everything from cushions, runners, bags, wall hangings. You can make whole bed quilts with it, with this method as well. So what you're going to do, I'm doing the smallest size, which starts off with charm squares. So I love a charm square, so you don't even need to cut them. They're 5-inch squares and you're going to sew them together. Now, I've discovered that actually contrast is really cool in twist and stitch blocks. So what I've done is I've spaced out my 5 charm squares with some plain squares. These are all Anna Maria Horner, which are beautiful and go really nicely. I've just used Quilter's Calico, which we've also got on the show. If you love things like Tilda charm squares, but wince a little bit at the price of them and want to get as much out of them as you possibly can, this project is great because loads of the quilt is actually calico or plain fabric, but it really highlights the special charm squares. So I've sewn them together and then I've added a 3-inch cut border. So it's 3-inch wide strips sewn around the outside edge. Sew them all together. Now then I'm going to get to the fun bit, which is cutting it back up again. So I've got my rotating cutting mat. Now I do recommend a rotating cutting mat for this job. It does make the job a bit easier, but otherwise a small cutting mat is better than a large one. Right, so we're going to start up in the top left corner and you get full instructions with your twist and stitch ruler. So I'm going to grab it like this and I'm going to start that black cross that's marked through the centre. I'm going to line that up with these 2 seams that join the border to my patchwork and get the cross right lined up like that. Now you'll see there are 2 slots. I'm doing the smallest size, the 3.5-inch size. So I'm going to use these 2 slots. So rotary cutter in the slot and I'm going to cut there and I'm going to cut there. Then you want to twist your ruler, line up the slots again, and then this is where I like to just turn my work a little bit. It does just help. Make sure everything stayed lined up. And then you're going to cut through the same 2 slots, but obviously this time they're on a different angle. So what that's done now is it's cut out my first special square. Okay, so no templates, you're just cutting out squares. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to place that on the desk, just out of the way. It is really important to stay nice and organised when you're cutting out a twist and stitch project, just to stay on the straight and narrow path. Okay, so next up, I've got my next seam line here and here. So line up your cross again, lining it up. Now, the largest size that you can do is a 10.5, so you can make that, and you will get little squares left over in between. I mean, they're small and fairly inconsequential when you do the smaller sizes, but when you make the larger size, the squares that are left in between are bigger. But you can actually sew those together and create this size version, which is fabulous. So you get a kind of 2 for 1. So I'm going to cut that out. There's my next one, and I'm going to put that next to the previous one that I cut out. So what you would do then is you would continue to line up the black cross with your next piecing lines and just keep cutting across. Once you've cut across, you're then going to cut the next row, and you're going to work in rows. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do 2 more cuts, because these 2 then will fit together, and I'll be able to show you how the pinwheel forms. So let's make those 2 cuts here and here. Twist my ruler, line up everything again, and do those last 2 cuts. And this also as well, you know, if there are any slight inaccuracies with your piecing, this will sort of even them out. Oh, we're almost at the reveal. It's great fun, and because you've put that border around the outside, you do end up with a border around the outside of your piecing, but it's part of the pinwheels, which is so cool. Last 2 cuts. You see where using a rotating cutting mat just makes the whole thing a little bit easier. And if I put that one in there, right, I'm going to shift this out of the way for a second, and I'll just move this down, and you'll be able to see now the reveal. So this is the first part of my pinwheel. How cool is that? Really cool. And you see then what will happen is, can you see here this square here? I'll make 2 more cuts, 1 more here, 1 here and 1 here, and then when they go together there will be another pinwheel here. Morning, Stuart. I bought the Twist and Stitch after your last demo. It's genius. I made a cushion from the Tea with Bee fabrics. Highly recommend it. That's from Collector in Merseyside. Thank you, Kate. It's a really fun ruler. You get great effects. And can you see where the outside edge is going to be all calico all the way around? And also, because I've used calico for my alternate pieces, I'll end up with calico pinwheels as well. And they would be really nice to quilt individually. You know, yesterday, was it Louisa was doing big stitch quilting? That would look so cool in the calico squares. You could pick a bright colour like a bright pink or bright blue, and you could echo quilt inside the pinwheels. But super fun, absolutely super fun. And there, just to show you very quickly as well, look, there's your leftover square. So it's still usable. Just snip it out, trim it down, and you've probably got about a, I don't know, a 2-inch or a 2.5-inch square there. Use that for something like EPP, yeah? Or just like a mini, just a little mini. Oh, nice message from Steph. Love it when Stuart's doing his teaching sessions. Such a clever man. I'll take that. Thank you. Well, it's a good product. It's a clever. I couldn't have thought of the product. That would be really clever, wouldn't it? But thank you, Steph. I appreciate that. I shall finish that off later. That will not go to waste. That is lovely. So that's your Twist and Stitch ruler. Are we doing the rotating cutting mat? Yeah, really, this is a personal appeal. Get yourself a rotating cutting mat. Not just for this, but just generally. Oh, I thought we'd seen enough. Just in general. This one is this 11-inch square? Yeah, 12-inch square, thank you. 12-inch square, 2 halves, okay. Here's your lock on the back. You can lock it out, and now it won't rotate. But what's fabulous is it's got a non-slip backing, so it doesn't move around on the table. A normal cutting mat would. So you can use it like that, unlock, now you've got a fully rotating mat. It's an absolute boon when you're making multiple cuts around a shape. So if you're cutting out hexagons, for example, and you're using a template, you can make 1, 2 cuts, turn, 3, 4, turn, 5, 6, and you're done. And it's much safer than trying to lean and climb on the desk and twist and turn, and especially this, cutting towards yourself. Not smart at all. Please don't do that. Get yourself a rotating cutting mat. If you want to tame your scraps and use your scraps up at home and small pieces of fabric, get yourself a small rotating cutting mat, because small fabrics are quicker and easier to cut on a small board. And especially if it rotates, you'll get round those scraps in no time. Make yourself a fabulous quilt with them. Highly recommend this for $16.99. Hayley from Kent's got in touch to say, I've got a large and a small rotating mat. Fabulous, just the best thing ever. Small by my machine, large on my large mat. It's a game changer, honestly. Yeah, they really are. And Deputy Joan, who has got every notion and every tool you could think of, but hadn't got a rotating cutting mat, watched the demo, got herself one. So it just goes to show, even if we've been sewing for many, many decades, there is still something you think, do you know what? That is actually useful. It's safety conscious as well. No more cutting this way. I love that it locks too. It doesn't need to rotate all the time if you don't want it to. You can lock the back. It has that non-slip backing, and I'm actually pushing quite hard, and I don't work out, but I mean, I'm pushing hard anyway. I don't work, I know. A nation's going, what? That body's natural. Yes, it is. There we go. Good genes, that's what it is. But really, such a useful thing, and also great to take along to workshops. It's nice and small and portable. If your space is restricted, or I'm the same as our last viewer who messaged in. I have the small one next to my sewing machine, especially for things like foundation paper piecing, where you're doing a lot of sew and trim. It's right there next to you. Terrific, absolutely terrific. Love that, and works very well with a twist and stitch. Now then, next up, can we do some mugs? I'm into these mugs. Ah, the William Morris. Okay, I'm going to grab those. These are lovely. There's a lot of William Morris loveliness about at the moment. This is a beautiful gift for yourself or for someone else. The price is incredible, $18.99 for 4. Very classy, beautifully presented. These are mugs for special, aren't they? Special drinks, special people. It's one design, but 4 different colourways. You've got that beautiful puce, you've got that classic slate blue, a beautiful kind of cheddar, and then a lovely soft moss green. Really splendid. Got a little band around the top, kind of gold band, gold coloured band. This is a little sticky label that peels off, by the way. And a good capacity as well. And I do like a mug that flares outwards so that it cools a little quicker at the top. Oh, Hannah's mum has different mugs for different times of the day. So a morning mug, chunky mug, good, yes. Oh, the mug gets thinner as the day. So by evening, I mean, it's literally paper thin. It's paper thin. Oh, it is actually a paper cup. Love those. $18.99. That's amazing. What does that work out? £4.50 per mug? $4.50. Hannah, mental maths, come on. Come on. I worked with a head teacher that used to give children 3 clicks of his finger. I mean, how intimidating is that? He'd literally say, 7 times 8. But I mean, I know what 7 times 8 is, and I couldn't think of it. 56, by the way. Don't do things like that. But there we go. Less than $4.50 per mug. William Morris, beautiful designs, all gift boxed as well. I can see myself sitting in the orangery drinking out of one of these cups, admiring my extensive collection of cacti. Yes, none of that is true. Oh, grapes growing inside. Well, Deputy Jones got an amazing grapevine growing over a pergola at the back of her house that her husband Tony built. And every year, oh, honestly, it's like being in the south of France. We sit under huge bunches of grapes hanging down. It's amazing. It's like being in a Dionysian fantasy. You can just reach up and pluck the grapes. I mean, it's lovely. We're on... Yes, it's beautiful. And we both make grape jelly every year. I don't know if Jones ever made wine using the grapes, but we do make grape jelly. Oh, it's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Anyway, I digress, but hey, what's new? Beautiful William Morris mugs. They're a set of 4 for £18.99. Right, let's get back to quilting. They're going to sell out. They're going to sell out. Now, another little demo. Batting tape. Synergy. It's Synergy. That's what it is. We do have 2 different widths. I'm going to show you the wider one in action. What's the difference between the 2? Or, yeah, 08. 08. Yeah. I use both. They get me out of all kinds of scrapes. And also, I'm, you know, economically minded when it comes to any of my resources. I don't just, you know, throw bits away much. I like to use them, and especially batting, because I long arm and I tend to have sort of strips that end up getting cut off batting, and it could be really wasteful not to use those, but you can tape them together and that's fabulous. Let me show you how easy it is to use. So first things first, we need our offcuts of batting, and the first thing to do with your batting is to decide how they're going to go together. Now, at the moment, we've got a very jaggedy edge and these aren't going to fit together. And what we don't want is an overlap, because that would create a bump or a ridge. But what I am going to do is overlap them to begin with. And I'm going to cut, and rather than a very straight line, I'm just going to create a very gentle curve. Now, you don't have to do that, but it's always been my method, and I just think it's easier to put a gentle curve back together. You've got something to match up when you take them apart. Okay, so I've done that, and now I'll take away that tiny little bit of waste, and there'll also be a tiny little bit of waste to slip out there. And now these edges butt together beautifully. And do you see what I mean about that curve? It just kind of nestles together, and there won't be an obvious line. Not that there is with the batting tape anyway. Right, so now then I've got the batting tape, and it's got fusible on one side. You'll feel it because it's slightly rougher. Okay, and what you want to do is put that batting tape over the join. I got into a scrape recently. I'd quilted about 7/8 of a quilt on my long arm, and the layers are all separate. You don't layer it up, it layers up as you're quilting it. And I got to the last 1/8 of it, and there was about that much batting too short. Not an issue. Wasn't an issue at all. All I did was put my ironing board on its lowest level in front of the long arm, put everything on top, got my batting tape, strip of batting, ironed it on. Everything was still on the frame, everything was still there, ironed it together, and then just away I went. It was easy, wasn't an issue. Right, I do like to use a pressing cloth, just a little bit of calico. Good old calico comes in useful again. And you're going to iron. And you do just want to take a moment with this, because I suppose it's a bit like a type of interfacing. And what it does is it joins the layers of batting together, but it also, where stitching, there'll always be a bit of a gap that can show. It actually creates a sort of seamlessness to the join that really is undetectable. Once it's all layered up and quilted, you really won't be able to find where that join is. Now, I don't know what the instructions say, but I'll tell you what I do. I'm a bit belt and braces. I personally like to flip the batting over, and I will do a second piece if I can. Now obviously when I did the quilt on the long arm, that wasn't possible. That isn't really going to come apart there, but I do personally just like to put a second strip of batting joining tape over the top. This is brilliant stuff. Think about all the bits of batting that you've got, and even if you joined them together and use them for things like bag making or wall hangings, you will save yourself a fortune. It's quick, it's easy, the stock is flying out right now. You know, I wouldn't blame you if you just saw that hanging on a shelf. I'd be like, meh, what's that? You know, why do I need that? But then when you see what it does and how brilliant it is, and it is brilliant stuff, makes you wonder how you ever managed without. And now what I've got is a whole piece of batting, and you can't see this, but I can feel it. It is totally seamless. This is so fine, it's almost like net curtain, really fine net curtain. So it doesn't add any weight or bulk. You can't feel any edges. You can't see the join. And so even if you were layering this up with white fabric, you will not see any show through. It's absolutely brill. Absolutely brill stuff. Just gorgeous. And saves you money because you can use all those leftovers of batting and join them together. And there's nothing wrong with your batting being a kind of patchwork quilt inside. I think our sisters in quilting in the way back when would heartily have approved of quilt joining tape. Very economical, very economical. And it's all about the save now. You'll never throw a piece of batting away ever again. Because remember, that strip of batting that you trim off, it costs exactly the same amount of money, inch for inch, as the batting in the quilt. Don't throw it away. Seam it together and use it. Now, on one of these rolls, you get 10 yards. It's 1.5 inches wide, and you get 10 yards. 9.1 meters. So, loads. Right, now I've got a different one. This is called Heat Press Batting Together. Quilters fusible fuse batting pieces. 10 yards of fusible. This is 3/4 inch wide cloth tape. This is essentially going to do the same job. It's just a thinner tape. It's £7.99. It's not as wide. So if you were using my method of cutting a gentle curve, it's going to have to be really gentle. You might even want to just cut it straight. Yeah. We'll just go back to the wider one. Now, there are all sorts of ways to join batting. The traditional way is to ladder stitch or like herringbone stitch across the batting. That can be very time consuming. Some people zigzag, and I know Steph's messaging to say she zigzags the stitch together. Here's a real downside to doing that. When you zigzag, you will compress the seam and you will actually draw attention to that seam. If you're going to do very dense quilting on your project, you will probably stitch over where there is that indentation in your batting, but there will be an indentation if you stitch it by machine. This method leaves you with a perfectly flat, it's like it was never two pieces of batting. This is the most immaculate join you can do, and I do heartily recommend that. It's a bit of a hero product of mine. £9.99 for 1.5 inches wide. Yeah. 1.5 inches wide by 10 yards for £9.99. Fusible on one side. Like I say, I do use a pressing cloth, just a bit of calico, and that's just because in order to make the tape as thin and light and kind of not even there as they can, it is an acrylic, artificial fibre. There you go. I did struggle with the word. And just, you know, you don't want to melt it. You don't want to melt it. It's about to sell out. Well done if you got yours. I'm proud of you. It's good. Economy, thrift. Yeah, let's do some sprays. Let's do some sprays next. What is it and what do they do? Let's start off with 505 because this is our bit of comfort zone, isn't it? I'm going to grab a little bit of fabric here, a bit of batting rather. And you can see there as well, when you've joined your pieces together, you can then cut the batting up. So you could have an afternoon session, couldn't you, where you join all your batting together and create a big bit of batting, and then you can cut it up and use it. So, right, what I'm going to do now is just layer this up. Imagine this was a quilt project. So, I had some lovely charm squares. Oh, they're here, they're here. So, I'm just going to grab one because I want you to pretend like this is the quilt top and this is the quilt backing and this is the batting. Okay, so when you use spray basting glue 505, this is how you want to do it. So your batting is bigger than you need it to be. You're going to lay out your quilt top onto it, and then what you want to do is flip back half of your quilt, or it might be a third of your quilt. It all really depends on the size of your quilt. Okay, next up you're going to give your can of 505 a bit of a shake. Okay, and then you're going to spray, and you want to just spray the batting. Okay, now I don't want to get glue all over my table, so at home I'm going to use an oilcloth tablecloth over my table first of all, so that I can really soak that down and wash it off. If you do get 505 onto a work surface, it's not a problem. Warm soapy water, a non-stick pad, and you'll get those bits of glue off, no problem. But I don't want to mucky the desk up for Jenny Jackson. So I'll just mock it. You'll spray your batting. Now you want to spray 12 to 15 inches away. So this is what a lot of quilters do when they use 505. They don't want to get spray everywhere. So they go here, right here, and do tch, tch, like little wet splodges, and then stick it together. It doesn't hold together nicely because you've got too much product. It's not distributed evenly and it's wet. So if you go straight to your sewing machine and it's still wet, then it can gum up the needle. It's never meant to gum up the needle, and used correctly it won't. So what you want to do, 12 to 15 inches. So imagine it's hairspray. You wouldn't put hairspray on here. So same with the 505. Spray a light mist, a net of glue. Flip your top back on, smooth it from the center outwards. Then when you've done that, flip the other half of the quilt, or the other third, or the center third, move everything over, spray the batting. Always spray the batting, not the fabric. Once that's completely adhered, you can flip it over, and then you can put your backing fabric, which again should be bigger than your front. So I'm just mocking this up with two pieces. You don't want it the exact same size, otherwise you'll never line them up. And then same again, flip the batting back, spray your batting, smooth the backing out, and same again. 505 properly applied will keep your layers together for many months. Really until you wash the quilt, and then it will wash out completely. It doesn't leave a residue once the quilt's been washed, but it's quite safe to leave it in a quilt and not wash a quilt. It doesn't degrade either. It's fabric safe glue. This is why I always say never substitute anything else. Don't do like the person once who came to a workshop who had found a cheap alternative to 505. She came to the class with a can of carpet tile adhesive. I stopped her just before she sprayed her quilt. Okay, now the other thing that we've got is 404. This is a repositionable adhesive. So you can use this for an assortment of things. If you want to temporarily hold fabrics together, so you can use this for applique. Yeah, large appliques, you can spray the fabric, stick them down. You can use this on a surface to use the design wall. Yeah, if you haven't got a design wall, or you find your design wall, nothing ever sticks to it, you can lightly spritz your design wall, your flannel fabric, whatever you're using, just a plain cotton sheet with this, and then you can stick your fabrics up on very easily. You can peel them off, there won't be a sticky residue on your fabric, so that's good. I also use this on the back of my rulers. So if your rulers are not from Creative Grids and do not have the non-slip pads on them, what you can do, same principle, go outside, use a oilcloth or whatever on your table just to protect it. A light mist. Imagine you're spraying like a fine net all over the surface of the ruler, just a light spritz. And the back of the ruler will feel slightly tacky, but not sticky. Then you can position it on your fabric. It will grip. It won't slip and slide. Now that doesn't mean that you can just put your hand down the bottom and cut a whole 2.5 inch strip without moving your hand. I would still recommend halfway along, or once you get beyond the reach of your fingers, you stop, reposition your hand, but your ruler will stay really, really tight to the fabric. It's also brilliant if you're using acrylic templates, so things like hexagons, diamonds, you know, those kind of things. Clamshell templates on fabric, little spritz of 404 on the back. When you position it on the fabric, it will grip them. And when you want to remove it, just warm soapy water, a non-stick, you know, washing up pad across the back, just gently, just to remove that little bit of residue. They'll stay sticky a good while, but when you need to refresh it, again, just a light spritz of 404 and you've instantly got non-stick templates. It also works on things like template plastic. You can even use it on cardboard templates. So if you're fussy cutting or anything like that, absolutely super product. And again, one of those things that you can just walk past on a shelf and think, I don't know what it's for. Anyway, oh, Christine says tile adhesive. Dread to think what would have happened if you hadn't been there. I almost rugby tackled her, Christine. I ran across, it was like that kind of slow-mo, like, no, rugby tackle. And then everything speeded up again. We got up off the floor. It was fine, it was fine. Gutterman glue. Gutterman glue. Yes, 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 yes. Textile glue. Love this. Yeah, you know, all of these things have their place, you know. Carpet tile adhesive is absolutely brilliant for holding carpet tiles to floors, you know. They're made for specific things. Yesterday, we had some glue, basting glue. It's not the same as a glue stick. So we said on air, do not try and use this for EPP. You know, it has a use, but it's not this. So this is textile glue from Gutterman. This is a permanent textile glue. So you would use this when you want to permanently glue textiles. So for example, you could use this for things like putting stones or decorative items on, say, clothing or home decor. You know, you can wash things that are treated with this. You can use this for things like bag making. If you're using a frame and you're gluing the bag into the metal frame, this is exactly the kind of glue that you use. Lisa Lam always uses this one for bags, and if Lisa Lam uses it for a bag, you know that that is what to do, because Lisa Lam knows exactly what to do. Amazing, amazing designer. Love Lisa. Application of textiles. Apply to one side, allow the glue strip to dry for 7 minutes. Place the pieces together, iron for 5 to 10 seconds, and that really does create a sort of permanent bond. Now, as I say, you can use it like that, or you can use it to glue in bags into frames. Just leave it to set. a message on my bottom. Good morning, thank you for the explanation. I had no idea about batting tape or when to use the different sprays, from Sue. Thank you, Sue, I appreciate that. I love these tools hours. They're a chance for us to get to the nitty gritty of what certain products are for. So thank you, appreciate that. Now we need batting tape and glues. Now we know why. Now, just want to quickly recap the rotating cutting mat. It's been really, really popular. Why do we need one? What is it for? They are brilliant for regular cutting. Just regular cutting of patchwork pieces, dressmaking pieces. They are, in a sense, on the face of it, just like your regular self-healing cutting mat. This is 12 inches square. Okay, so on the face of it, looks the same, is the same, except for a start, it's got a non-slip backing to it. So you may have noticed with your regular rotary mats, they slip and slide around the table, especially on a smooth surface. This has got a non-slip gripper on the back, so it stays really nice and tight to the table. So we love that. Second thing, this is rotating. So unlock it if you want to. Now we're in 2 halves. Pop it back together. Now the top rotates through a full 360 degrees. Ah, a little message from Lisa Lamb. Didn't know whether you were watching or not. Love you, gorgeous. Ah, thank you, darling. I haven't seen you for ages. Get yourself to Festival of Quilts, please. I need a hug. And there you go. Now you've got a rotating cutting mat. Right, why do we need a rotating cutting mat? Well, imagine you were trimming half square triangles down. You're going to trim 2 sides. There's one. What are you going to do about the top? Are you going to do this? Perhaps you do. Perhaps what we could do is just turn it and then make the cut, and turn it and then make the cut, and turn it and then make the cut. Maybe you're cutting around hexagon templates. You might do this, you might do this. Please don't do this. Just turn your mat, and now you can go this way if you want to, or just keep turning and always cut away from yourself. No matter what the shape. If you're cutting a circle, you're using a circle template. There's some lovely so easy circle templates. Hold the template, cut around, turn it, keep cutting, keep cutting, keep cutting. They are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. If you're taming your scraps, you'll make quick work of them. Now, today I've been showing it using the twist and stitch ruler. Brilliant stuff. Just sew squares together, and then once you've done that, you're then going to use the template to trim. Let me show you how easy it is to do. So I've done the smallest size. These are 5-inch charm squares that I've sewn together with some 5-inch squares of quilter's calico. And what I'm going to do is line up the black cross on the ruler with my piecing lines. So I've made 2 cuts, and now I'm going to rotate everything, reposition my ruler. Okay, and I'm lining it up, this black line, this black cross, with the piecing line of the border and the piecing line of the square. If you're wondering where am I actually lining up, that's what I'm doing. And then you're going to cut again right here, like that. Okay, and there's my little square, and this is now going to go over here and join the next ones. And I'll do a little bit more cutting while I'm here. So let's line up again. This is so much fun. The sewing together is easy as well, because at the end of the day, all you've done is cut some squares. I would say it's not a bad idea to best press your fabrics before you start, or once you've pieced it together into this, give it a spritz with best press and then do your cutting. you know, iron it and then do your cutting. Just because when you cut these shapes out, these squares are now on the bias. So just to control it, I mean, I've made loads of these projects and it is not difficult. They don't distort or anything like that. But you just, you know, I know some people like the security of using best press. So I'm just going to go June Taylor Starch Savvy, absolutely brill. Yeah, love that. Love that. Yeah, June Taylor Starch Savvy, does the same job. When everyone's checked out, we've got single figures left of the ruler. It's the most fun you'll have with a charm pack, I'm telling you. That is one size you can do, charm pack size, but you've actually got, because it's 6 sizes. You can make everything from 3-inch finished to 10-inch finished. So there's the next one. So I'll put that in there. And let's cut one more. So much fun. And you can see it doesn't matter. You can move the fabric around. I'm using a 12-inch board here. You don't have to keep everything all sort of flat. Now, if I was going to make a big quilt out of these, you could go 2 ways. You could either piece together like all your squares for the whole quilt and then cut it up. Personally, I think that would be quite a lot to handle. So my preference would be to probably do something a bit like I've done for this demo. Make that, sew it all together, and then treat that as a block, and then maybe put sashing around it. And in terms of what's left over, what are my scraps? Well, it's literally just these, and you're going to use these. These aren't throwaway bits. We're going to keep that. We're going to use that. We can make a little mini quilt. Okay, but it's minimal. But anyway, the results justify that little tiny bit, because look, I'm going to put this to one side and show you how this is coming together. How cool is that? Just love that. And you can see the next pinwheel is going to be in the center, and I'll end up with a cross. If you look on the internet, do a Google search for twist and stitch quilts, you'll find people who've done Christmas wreaths with all different greens, and then some red ones for, or like a bow. You'll see Valentine ones with big hearts, or for weddings done in twist and stitch. There are autumn themed ones. There's all sorts. It's such a fun product. Yeah. You could do all sorts. You could, I mean, really, once you get the principle, you could absolutely use this technique and go for it. Seaside colours and do little pinwheels, that would be beautiful. You could embellish this with little buttons in the centres. But when you come to sew them together, you're literally just sewing squares together in rows. I like to press my seams open, and that's just because when you sew all of the blocks together, it's quite nice to have this nice and flat in the centre. And then once that's all pieced together, then you might put a border around the outside edge to bring it all together. Isn't that fun? Just love it. I will finish this off later in my spare time. Loads of it. Loads of it. Gorgeous. Right. Starch Savvy. It is. It's great. This is June Taylor's Starch Savvy. It's fragrance and flake-free starch to stiffen fabric. So this is the kind of stuff that we're going to use when we're prepping our fabrics, particularly for patchwork. It's going to add extra stiffness, extra firmness to your fabrics. Now, beginners who struggle with the fluidity of fabric and handling that, if you're working with fabric on the bias and you struggle with the fabrics distorting, get some Starch Savvy. And what you want to do when you use this is spritz your fabric all over, and again 12 to 15 inches, not really close or you'll end up with wet patches. No one wants that. Spritz lightly, whatever effect you want. Just let it sit for 5 seconds. You don't have to leave it for ages. Then iron it, and that will add a little crispness. If you want the fabric a little firmer, go in, do it again. I sometimes repeat that up to 3 times. Sometimes my fabric feels like card making, you know, paper, really stiff. If that will help me achieve the results I want in my project, as soon as it's washed, all of that comes out. But if you want a heavy starched effect, don't spray it until it's wet through and then go in with an iron. Just do 3 light coats or 2 light coats. 1 is sufficient for the vast majority of applications. I wanted to tell that story because I know sometimes you'll want the fabric to be very firm. Just do it in stages, iron it each time. But brilliant stuff, no aerosols in there, just a trigger. Let's do a price comparison. This is available on that great long South American river. Do tailor starch by the yard. Do what? It's not called that. What have they got? Anyway, creates flatter seams and better point alignment, comfortable trigger, blah, 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 $13.61. How much are we charging for this? There you go, $9.99. If you've bought anything else today, you've already paid your P&P, so $9.99 is what you're paying. It's a big bottle too, 16 fluid ounces, an American pint. Wasn't that hard to get your head around when Ben & Jerry's ice cream arrived and it's a pint and it's like, that's not a pint. That's not 20 fluid ounces. American pints. Well, I talk about things that are close to my heart. So quilting, food and Charlie. Can we do the book? This is nice. Oh, will it? I'm a bit torn. Let's do book. Okay. There are some other good tools though. This is Kay Fassett's Timeless Themes. 23 new quilts inspired by classic patterns. Now, am I right? Is this the one that he did with quilts from the Quilters Guild collection? Okay. The book takes readers on a flashback journey to see how Kaffe originated certain fabric patterns, and also a backstage pass to more than 50 years of Kaffe's photos and travel mementos. Filled with fantastic new quilt designs, this insider's guide will make you feel as if you were really there with Kaffe as he travelled and designed in London and globe-trotted around the world. Oh, yummy. Lovely. Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely classic. Tumbling blocks. YOY. That pattern originally is called Inner City. Isn't that gorgeous? Nice. Oh, thanks, Kat. Scrappy rice bowls. Beautiful quilt, that. And a lot of these will work with whatever fabric collection you've got. That's amazing. Yeah. See, I really like some of Kaffe's simplest quilts. This is Circle Log Cabin. This is literally just strips around a centre rectangle. In fact, very, very similar, I suppose, to the Block of the Month from Jenny Jackson this month, that rectangular log cabin. But this one just pieced with strips, but all of the strips feature circles, which is a rather clever take. Oh, yummy. Very nice book, that. It's $24.99. Deputy Joan, I think this has got your name written all over it. See, look at that. Just simple stripes in squares. Oh, that's rather yummy. That's rather yummy. I like that. Oh, and I like that too. Now that is called that Borrow, and that's a rather neat segue to my 10 o'clock show tomorrow. Smooth. That was slick. That's what I'm saying. Tomorrow I am launching my brand new bag panel with instructions printed on it. You get everything, lining, outer, shoulder strap, you name it, all on a panel with the instructions printed on the panel. It's called the Borrow bag. It's available in a blue and it's also available in a blue taupe. There's a few pictures on my Instagram. I'll post some more later on. That's coming up tomorrow when I'm guesting with John. We've also got loads of bag hardware that we snaffled and held back just for that show. So I think of you. We're going to go to a break. I want to see John. Show me John. Where is he? Where is he?
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Get ready to meet the Gemini 2. We have been counting down the days and now it's just around the corner. The Gemini 2 is coming right here to Sewing Street on the 30th of May. Now I just can't wait to introduce you guys, our wonderful Sewing Street community, to this, the Gemini 2. Now it's our brand new, improved, smarter, faster and just all round amazing die cutting and embossing machine. We've added some really innovative and pretty exciting new features and updated functions, and with all of that newness we haven't cut back on anything. The Gemini 2 has all of the power, precision and performance of our entire Gemini family. Now, it will be available to buy on the Sewing Street website on Tuesday the 30th of May. This will be a day to remember, so make sure you join Craig, Becky, John Scott and the whole Sewing Street team from 8 AM on Tuesday the 30th of May for the official launch of our amazing Gemini 2.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
I know I shouldn't be, but I'm ridiculously excited about Biscuit Hour. I'm calling it Biscuit Hour tomorrow. But we're having biscuits. We're having a biscuit break for 15 minutes, about 8:45. There's going to be special biscuits. I don't know if the picture is representative of the biscuits we're going to get. I'm fingers crossed. Unlikely.
Oh, I chose the wrong day to be on.
Maybe a stale digestive on a paper plate. Who knows? But anyway, I'm ridiculously excited about that. I'm also ridiculously excited about the fact that Jenny Jackson's back.
Hello. Still doing my prep work.
Nice, like it. With hello, hello. This one's for you. We've got an English paper pieced lampshade kit and 2 beautiful needle turner plique projects. We have never ever had a lampshade kit here on Sewing Street. Both bundles that we've got are already at less than 20. We had decent stocks. This is well over 50%. We're going to start with the Alison Glass version. This is to make this lampshade. You get everything that you need to make yourself that lampshade. Isn't it awesome? I am so excited about this. So, fabric-wise, first of all, you're a huge Alison Glass fan, Jenny.
I am.
You love her.
She's my fave.
You did all Alison Glass fabrics in your book,
I did.
Paper Piecing Workshop, English Paper Piecing Workshop.
Indeed.
So you get your fabrics, you get your EPP shapes, all pre-cut by Jenny's dad. If you're watching, Jenny's dad, you do an amazing job. Jenny was talking about you earlier. Just brilliant. You also get your full instructions, and then you get your 25 centimetre drum shape lampshade kit. So included in there, you get everything that you need. So you get your adhesive backing that goes inside the lampshade. You get your fitting for the top. You get your bottom ring as well, and full instructions. But Jenny's also rewritten those slightly to make it even easier to achieve. Now, I know what you're thinking. It looks really hard, translating patchwork into that They're so easy.
They really are.
Aren't they, Jenny?
Super easy.
It should be illegal.
It really should. They're
Definitely on a
They're so much
Sunday.
fun because now I just want to make loads and loads of them.
Talk about bringing patchwork into another area of your home. I mean, let's just fill the world with patchwork. It's great. So you get everything for $42.99. Can you imagine what this would cost you if you paid somebody to turn some of your patchwork into a lampshade? It would cost more than $42.99 just for the service, and it takes about 5 minutes to turn patchwork into a lampshade, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Once you cut everything out,
Yeah.
you roll it up.
Do it.
It's like
Quick
making a
time.
Swiss. If you've ever made a Swiss roll before, it's like that. Let's have a little tour of the lampshade because it is just an absolute thing of beauty. Look at that. So you've got 3 different fabrics there. I thought there were a lot more fabrics in this, but it's because it's Alison glass,
Yeah.
isn't it? Gorgeous. Got a real kind of retro vibe. I need a handlebar moustache and a dirty martini and shag pile carpet.
Yeah.
One of those brick effect fireplaces, and it's very retro, isn't it?
Oh,
But
it would
super
look
cool.
lovely in my hallway because I have open brickwork.
Nice, yes,
But
exactly.
I have lights that are inside the ceiling.
We'll get rid of
down
them.
there.
We don't have to use them. You could have a lamp.
I could put a table lamp.
Just
couldn't
do
I?
it. Just do it.
Just do it.
I don't want to hear excuses, Jenny Jackson. Don't come to me with excuses. Just move.
Just do it.
Move house. But a gorgeous retro feel, a super cute project. But equally, can you imagine a really like modern interior that was all very neutral and very kind of clean modern lines, but then just with a few statement pieces. So maybe a throw over the back of the sofa, a throw on your couch, and then a fabulous paper piece lampshade. Already flying out, $42.99 for that. Love it, love it. Such a cool project. We've got 13 of that one left, which is nothing. It's nothing. Right, then our other version. Now, can we just have a look, please, at Jenny's piecing for this? Because what Jenny's done is she's taken these 3 solids, okay, and turned them by the magic of EPP into this, which is fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Again, super cool. Super cool. What's the actual shape you're piecing?
There is a square and a honeycomb.
Ah.
And triangles, half the square around the edge.
But we get all the shapes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all cut out by Dad.
Yeah.
What's your dad's name?
Tim.
Tim. Good cutting.
He's a
Die
good
cuts, aren't they?
They're completely accurate. Yeah.
It's
He's
not
a
Tim
good
sitting there with a pair of kitchen scissors and some old cereal boxes like me. Who knows what I'll end up with? No, Tim, this is precision work. I love it. So you're getting your 3 solid fabric. Look at the price, $38.99 for this one. Your 3 solids, loads of fabric to do your piecing, your EPP shapes, your full instructions, not just for the EPP, but also how to make up the lampshade itself as well. And then you get your full drum lampshade kit. Now, I mentioned what it was in new money. It is 25 centimetres diameter. In inches, is that 9, 10 inches? I'm going to get a ruler.
Get a ruler.
Oh, so almost 10 inches. We'll call it 10 inches, just slightly under 10-inch drum. And am I right, Jenny? You can have this either as a pendant light, so from the ceiling, or you can have this on a lamp.
Yeah, you just change where you put the metal ring.
Yes.
So if you want it as a lamp, you would put the metal ring at the bottom.
Yeah.
As in the fitting one, yeah.
Yeah, like that.
And then,
And for a lampshade like that. So you don't literally turn it up. Well, I suppose you could turn it upside down.
It depends if you've got directional prints, really.
Yeah. But it's very versatile, super fun. I'm just blown away. I love that you've done a lampshade. I mean, you have one in your book.
I do.
The English Paper Piecing Workshop. But this is not the same one.
No, completely different. The one in the book's bigger.
Yeah.
It's definitely a ceiling one. More so.
Fabulous. Okay, I'm going to put that to one side, already flying out that one too. Let's look at needle turn. You make needle turn applique look super cool. That's lovely. Absolutely beautiful. This is Jenny Jackson's Lewis and Irene Folk Victorian Tile Needle Turn Applique Cushion Kit. You get your pattern, you get all of your templates. So these are heavier weight templates?
Yeah, so you don't get like the amount that you need, because you don't need that many templates because they're to draw around. So you get a good handful of them and they'll still be
Do we have enough templates to do one of the units?
Yeah, I can't remember how many I put in there, but easily, yeah. But you don't, you only draw around them. And you can use them more than once. You don't actually sew with them at all.
Gotcha.
They're basically to save you having to trace them and then cut them out on card.
Oh, so it is a template set, exactly that.
Yeah, literally template.
Understood, understood. Oh, well, that makes the job so much easier. And I shouldn't say this in front of Jenny, but if you don't want to do needle turn and you want to do fused applique, you can use them for that as well.
Yeah.
They're much quicker to draw around on Bondaweb. Sorry, I won't mention Bondaweb again.
You
don't get the same dimension. You don't get the same effect.
No, you don't get the little like...
this is like 3D.
Yeah.
This is tile number 2. You did tile number 1?
I did.
Mm.
Used, I think that was Tilda fabric.
So, this is, so we're just doing, no, this is with fabric. So you've got your instructions, you've got your templates, you've also got all your fabric. So you've got natural seeded 1 metre for the background. Is that enough for the back of the cushion as well? Oh, super, for $26.99. You also then get your Lewis and Irene folk art fabrics. Those are gorgeous. And this also makes the binding for the edge?
Yeah, if you cut them carefully, you can just scrappy binding.
Scrappy binding,
yeah.
Which is exactly the kind of binding that I would want on this project. And then an envelope back. You get everything, just add thread. It's awesome.
Yeah, and a cushion filler.
Yeah.
Sorted.
That's absolutely brilliant. It's such a beautiful pattern. Now, can I get pattern and templates on their own? Yes, I can. Let's do those. So this is tile number 2. So are you doing a series of Victorian tile cushions?
Yeah, because I'm just loving it.
I love a series.
I started doing the first one and then I was like, I can see them eventually being a quilt and stuff, because you just big blocks.
Are they all the same size?
Yeah, I'm going to make sure they are the same size.
Awesome.
Big
so
old
it's
ones,
almost like a
21 or
tile
20
sampler.
Exactly.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Okay, so this is the pattern on its own, plus it's a pattern plus, you get your pattern plus your templates as well. Very, very limited stock on that. Do go through for that, won't you? I don't want you to miss out. I'll tuck that inside. Now then, we've got the pastel version of tile 2. Let me show you the finished project. This is delicious. Everything's selling out really fast, which is why we're whizzing through everything. So this time it's soft shades of a lilac-y blue and a warmer violet, and also this beautiful soft lemon yellow. That is pretty, pretty. And it just looks so totally different, doesn't it? It's just amazing. The colour choice makes such a difference. Binding this time all done in that soft lilac, envelope back.
It's scrappy. The colours, yeah.
Oh, it is scrappy.
Yeah, they're so close together that you don't notice.
Oh,
really.
Almost ombre. Love that. So for that kit, you're getting again full instructions plus your paper pieces. Remember, they're not the same paper pieces that you'd get for EPP. They're a heavier weight cardstock, so really durable. You can use those hundreds and hundreds of times. Brilliant. You get your fat quarters of solids to create your appliques. Fat eights,
Yeah.
thank you, fat eights.
Right.
And then you get your background fabric. You get a metre of, I think that's ivory, isn't it? It's fabulous. All right, everything's selling out. Please check out your baskets. Now, we haven't got loads of tile 1, but we have got a few. Have we got pictures? Because I really want to see tile 1. Yes, I do. Thank you. Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely. Look at that. This is a nice series, Jenny. 20th of March, thank you. 20th of March, if you want to see that being done. We've got a few of these. So if we've got that colourway, is that Tilda? Oh, there's no fabric bundles, it's just instructions plus templates. Okay, well, use your scraps, use your fabrics at home, £12.99 for that. That's tile number 1. If you want to make the series, great. Okay, Jenny, over to you. Lampshade first.
I think so, yeah. I think that's what we said.
Now, EPP, we've seen you do EPP many times.
Yes.
Can we jump straight to Lampshade?
We are going to jump straight to the Lampshade.
Awesome.
If we've got time at the end, I can always show you a bit, but there's plenty of my other shows that show EPP.
Thank you.
Right.
So where do we start?
So this is the panel. As you can see, actually, if I put it on the table, it will be easier. This end hasn't got the triangles to finish it off, the corner pieces, because you just don't need it. It was extra length.
Oh, right, okay.
So what you want to do is turn your sewing upside down, so you're on the wrong side, and then have the straight edge. I like to have that on the left. And what you want to do is, this is your plastic, the lampshade plastic.
So this is the inside of the lampshade?
It is the inside of the lampshade. What I tend to do is I tend to take it out of the box, unravel it, and pop some bits, like some heavy weights on it, just to flatten it a bit, because it's easier to use. I only remembered to do that last night, so it's kind of rolling a little bit. So what you want to do, got my hair stuck in it, you want to line it one end up with the edge. The reason why I say this edge is because it's got the seam allowance trimmed, like folded in nicely. So what I do is, you just want to line it up. Just check that you're happy with the positioning. So I try to keep it central from here and top and bottom.
So this left-hand edge, this isn't a raw edge.
No,
this is a folded edge, because that was the edge of your EPP
yeah,
shapes.
But it doesn't matter if you have a raw edge at all.
Okay.
But I quite like the fact it's closed.
I do.
Because you're going to trim off the end there. So it's going to, even though it's going to be stuck, it will still be an opening. So I'll make sure that's folded under at the end of the lampshade, if that makes sense.
I like that. You've added some extra instructions to the lampshade, haven't you?
I have. So once you're
happy,
of
refinement.
That's it. Once you're happy, what you want to do is just peel off the sticky. I start at one end, and then what I'm going to do is, that's my bad ironing, that is, isn't it? Just going to stick it down along that edge, like that.
So you haven't peeled off the lot, have you? It's
no,
just about 2
what I'll
inches.
do is I'll just peel a little bit and then stick. Oh, can I flop it that way so I can see where I'm sticking? And then, I would never peel the whole thing off. No. I like to just do a bit at a time.
And when you've stuck it down, do you have any wiggle room,
You
or
do.
is it stuck down?
It can pop off again.
You can, okay.
So if you accidentally get a crease in your fabric, then you can unstick it again. But obviously, and if it goes like, if you haven't lined it up quite right and it's wonky, this will be slightly wonkier than that one, but I properly took my time doing that.
Yeah. I suppose this is where EPP is the perfect kind of patchwork for this, because where it's so precise and flat, I mean, there's no flatter patchwork than EPP.
No. So what I've done is I've starched this as well when I ironed it. Just a little bit of starch, because I just think it helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
We are going to roll a little bit. I definitely would say take your plastic out and flatten it down, just because it just makes it easier to handle. It doesn't matter if you don't, it's still going to work.
No, you're going to roll it, aren't you?
Exactly.
Round you.
But it just makes it easier. So now you just want to cut off the excess fabric at the top, bottom and that end.
Oh, you cut this off?
Yes, you do.
Okay, right, yep.
Because this clever kit, this is different to the one in my book, because I didn't use a kit for that. I used just the actual sticky back.
Right.
So you can use a rotary cutter, but I would suggest using scissors for this.
Do they have to be leopard print?
Yeah, they do actually. It's the rules.
I mean, look, I'm not making up the rules here. I asked Jenny and that's what she said.
Exactly. So you just want to cut this off. Sorry, this will take a minute, but I couldn't can't skip anything.
But I suppose the fact that you're trimming this edge, you need to make sure that you've got the edges lined up nicely with your patchwork.
Yeah, you do.
Take a bit of time.
Yeah. See, I'm rolling it again now, aren't I?
Well, that seems to be doing the job.
It does. It's making it easier for me, especially when I'm demoing. I just trust a pair of scissors for this job more than a rotary cutter.
I'm with you.
Because you just don't want to accidentally slip and go into that plastic.
No. Once you've done the patchwork, making it up into a lampshade is a quick process.
It really is.
But don't rush it.
But don't rush it, yeah. If you rush it, that's when you're just going to miss a step or go
I mean,
wrong.
you can go on Lampshade making courses, can't you, that use a kit and just a plain bit of fabric, and they're an hour, and actually you need about 15 minutes probably.
Yeah.
20 minutes.
For a plain bit of fabric, yeah.
I often wonder what they do for the other. I suppose there are demos, there's chit chat, there's probably tea and biscuits.
I was going to say tea and biscuits, isn't it?
Well, fair enough.
Always tea and biscuits.
I'd go.
Nothing wrong with tea and biscuits, eh?
Stick around for Monday.
Exactly.
We're having a 15-minute tea
That's what
break.
I'm doing. Yeah, you said. I'm gutted I got the wrong day. What do you think they'll be? What's your favourite biscuit?
I've a couple. I don't eat many biscuits because if I buy biscuits, I'd eat the whole packet.
Same.
I love malted milk. I love Garibaldi. Old-fashioned biscuits.
Yeah, nice biscuits.
Custard
are they
cream,
nice or nice?
Nice.
Ones.
But they are nice.
Them. They are so nice.
They are gorgeous.
What about a bourbon?
I don't mind a bourbon. I'm not a very chocolatey person. I know it's weird.
No, I love chocolate, but I'm not like actual chocolate, but I'm not a massive fan of things like chocolate ice cream and stuff.
No. If someone said I could never eat chocolate cake, chocolate.
Chocolate is my
No, if I had to give that up, I could. But if someone said I could never eat another cheese cracker, I would be in tears. Yeah.
Right, what you need to do next is it's going to be, can you
There's
see
like a little
these?
fold.
There's
It
a
is
little
like a
fold.
score line.
So you
on the plastic.
basically, I fold it back, hold on, I'm trying to think the easiest way to show this. There's a little fold, it's a score line like you said. And you
it's
just
on the plastic, isn't it?
It is. You just want to snap this slightly. See, if I'd been at home, I probably would have re-rolled that because it's not quite as flat as I would have liked it. Right, so you snap it and then you carefully...
Oh, I see. So you actually kind of break between the two.
Yeah, and then once you've broken it, you pull it off, top and bottom. But you want to be careful because you've got, especially with EPP here, you don't want to be fraying it all. So kind of pull it from the crease, not down. So then you're pulling away from the edge of the actual fabric. So we have to do this at the top and the bottom. Oh, sorry, I'm coming over into your personal space right there.
That's all right. Christine says, my favourite is a malted milk and a rich tea.
I love a digestive as well.
Yeah.
Caramel digestives.
Oh, stop.
They're so naughty. I will sit and eat a packet.
Chocolate caramel digestives, yeah.
Do you know
I can't really trust myself
when
with
I lived in
things like
Manchester, I lived just down the road from the factory of the very famous biscuits. And and Dylan's nursery was just outside it, and I would be picking them up from nursery, and all I could smell was biscuits.
What are you supposed to do?
Go across the road to a shop and buy a packet of biscuits. That is exactly that.
Yeah. They're just too easy to eat, aren't they? And especially, are you a dunker or a non-dunker?
I don't like tea.
No. Right, oh.
So
Why are we even friends?
I know.
Jenny Jackson.
I love coffee.
Who are you?
I love coffee.
Do you?
Yeah, but I'm not a tea. Not a tea fan. Right, here we go. There we go.
Right.
So you even get the double-sided sticky tape.
Yeah.
Which I've already got a hole of.
So you get a roll of that.
You get a roll of it, and actually, this is the same roll that I made that one on.
Awesome.
So it's still pretty much full.
Yeah.
So I haven't even opened the other.
Is that kind of red liner tape that they use on Hobby Maker, that sort of
I
stuff?
don't know. Could be. What you want to do is you want to, firstly, pop a bit of tape on the edge. I'm using the edge that is not the raw edge. So back to where I've made sure I've put it the right way again. And you just want to put it along the edge, just up to the plastic, not onto the fabric. As close to the edge of the thing as possible, and just, oh, I've picked up.
I do it all the time, Jenny. I know. And there's about 3 pairs. I know, and that's another one. And there's
that will do. My those leopard print ones are my favourite fabric scissors yet. The cheapest ones I've ever bought.
Right.
But they're just
amazing,
the
isn't
best.
it? Yeah. You don't always need to spend a fortune. You can sometimes bag a real bargain.
Exactly.
Single figures on both kits.
I'm just going to peel that back. I probably am. I tend to leave
it's double-sided.
It's double-sided sticky tape. So what I would usually do is leave that until the very last minute to unpeel. But I just want to get on. Right. So I'm going to give you one, and then you can do the one while I'm showing the other. It's easy.
Okay.
So what you want to do is on the outside of a ring, you do this for both rings, you pop your tape here and you centre it. Have we got the overhead camera? Can it see? So you've got a bit of the tape either side of the metal ring, and you're just going to go all the way around. Try and keep it neat and centred. It's a bit hard to do when you're trying to rush. So even though it's a quick job and easy, do just take your time and enjoy it more than anything.
Of course.
I love making these. I want to make loads now.
Oh yeah.
A series of loads of different EPP lampshade for every room.
That would be amazing.
Right.
And it's not overwhelming either, is it? You can see from that panel that Jenny's made, it's a number of evenings' work, but we're not talking about months of work.
No.
And it's a finished project.
Yeah, and they're easy shapes to sew together. And like I said, refer to some of my older shows that I just show loads of EPP. Right, so when you get back to the beginning, just cut it off. So it meets, there we go. So it pretty much meets.
Okay.
And then what you want to do
You want me to do the same?
Yeah, and then I'm going to pinch it around. Not taken off the extra layer yet. Just going to pinch it all the way around.
Oh, I've run out.
Oh, right. Or peel that bit off and...
You
got the other one.
I
thought there was more than there was
Jenny
on there,
Jackson.
didn't I? Oh, don't. I had an awful trouble getting this open. That's why
Don't you just hand it to me.
I was going to, wouldn't I?
Give it here.
I'll carry on doing this one.
This is this is a superpower I have.
Oh, is it?
Well, I've just taken off that. There we go, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely worth it, because it took me like 10 minutes just to do that. Probably took me longer to find the end of that.
Well, there's
and
a
actually,
blue...
but actually peel it, it's probably my nails, isn't it? But it took me longer than that to do that than it did to make the lampshade.
Oh, wow. It would take me a lot longer to do the EPP.
Right, so I've pinched this all the way around the lampshade. I think. Have I? Yes, I've gone all the way around. I got distracted. And then from the beginning bit, you just want to peel off that excess, basically the red. So, oh, stuck it to myself. And then you have your lampshade.
A sticky ring.
A sticky ring.
That's probably a kind of biscuit too, isn't it?
Possibly is. A jammy dodger.
Yes, that's it. Oh gosh, I'm not keen on those.
Aren't you? Oh,
no.
I love them.
No.
I don't like them often, but my mum had a selection box of biscuits the other day when I was around there watching the football with Dylan.
No, I do like a traditional selection.
Oh boy, yeah, family favourites or something.
Yes.
Just randomly had some and I went in. I had about 10.
Well, I can't say I blame you. Could I just have the scissors, please?
Oh yeah, of course you can.
Thank you. So just to meet...
You're underneath.
Oh, do you know? Well, that's not a special pair, is
Do you want
it?
me to do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, and then again with this one, it's exactly the same. Just fold it all the way around the ring. I would do it slower and more neatly, but
you still get a gorgeous...
Oh yeah, it'll still be fine. And then peel off that red. Oh, we've gone slightly over it.
I did go slightly over. I realised I'd done that. Do you want me to trim it off?
No, it's fine.
Sure.
We'll be all right. Just blag it. There we go. Then
Did you get the tool for...
The tool for pushing the fabric? Yeah, it's just there.
Cool.
Oh,
do you want me to trim that little end off, or is it okay? It's fine.
Right, the fun bit. Which is really hard to do if you're trying to take photos at the same time, and there's no one to try. There's no one to do it. Impossible. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start at the opposite end to my sticky tape, and this isn't directional, so it doesn't matter. Now I am just going to put one ring just onto the plastic here.
So the rings need to attach to the plastic.
To be fair, it doesn't matter.
Oh,
you can do it either way because you've got a big enough bit of fabric, but you do have more fabric to play with if you put the ring on the thank you. This is when it's easier when it is flat. Are we on there?
Yeah.
Oh, I've just trapped my hair in it. Right, so then we're just going to go... Tie your hair back if you've got long hair, because I can keep feeling it stick.
Will do.
Yeah, you need to. And then you are just going to go along the plastic. Just keep it nicely to the edge. It is only double-sided sticky tape, so if you go wonky, just pull it off. And go again.
And you can touch
I feel
that
like I might be going wonky.
Edge, can't you?
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's absolutely fine. Just going to face this towards me now, as it's just going to be easier to see.
We can see it from overhead actually really clearly.
Oh.
And because you're using a pre-cut piece of lampshade plastic there, aren't you?
Yeah.
And it's cut to exactly the size you need.
Yeah, exactly the size. So you don't want to have a gap of plastic above the ring.
No.
So do take your time to make sure you're going along it nicely. I think I might have a tiny bit of plastic at the top there, but we'll be okay because it's just for demo. And then when you get back, just making sure I'm stuck
It's so cool.
I know, we're done with that bit.
It's so cool.
And what you want to do is, I do have.
So that's it, that's
my
stuck.
Seam roller. They come in really handy.
Sorry, Jenny.
That's all right. It's exciting. Seam roll that sticky tape down from the inside. So then you don't distort the actual ring or anything. It's just fine as is.
Now the reason why you need a seam roller, $6.99.
They're so
They are
handy.
worth their weight in gold, yeah.
Right, so as you can see, the top bit has the spokes coming out. So what you want to do is you just want to snip into your fabric directly above the 3 spokes at the top.
Oh,
I wouldn't go all the way down to it quite, but nearly. Oh, that's just off where my stitch was. That's all right. I'll just do it there. There we go. And then you have the fun. Like, how are we going to show this? What's going to be the easiest way to show this? Can I lean like this?
Yeah.
Is that going to work? So what you want, this fabric, your excess fabric, you basically, what I do is I go around with my hands first.
Yep.
And just all the way around, tuck it in. You want to tuck it in nice and taut.
So at the moment you're just folding it over the top of the ring.
Basically, you're just folding it over the ring.
Which is a bit sticky, so it's holding the fabric.
Holding it-ish, yeah. So you just want to do it nice and tight though.
Do that all the way around?
I just do it roughly all the way around, just so I know. Sorry, I've moved it back towards me now because it is easier to see.
There we go, we got it.
Have we got it?
Yeah, definitely.
So we're just going all the way around. Just be careful with your EPP because your stitches might start coming undone slightly. So just be careful. That's all it is. Right, so I just like to do that. That's not a necessary step. You can go straight into the tucking in. I feel like you want to tuck in using the tool.
No, I'm just going to show it. So you get this little tucking tool included. Last time I used something like that, I was putting grout.
And there's a tip that if it goes, I've got another because that's from the other kit. If it gets blunt, you just cut it with a pair of scissors into a point again. Because it doesn't matter the size of it particularly. And what you want to do, I'll try and do this like this again, is you're now going to tuck that fabric. I'm trying to do it without my hands showing.
So you use the point?
You use the point to push the fabric underneath the metal ring. So you're going to want to literally just push it. So what I do is I tend to do it loosely, get it in there, and then go back and push the remainder fabric.
So you're pushing it until all the raw edges are tucked in?
Yes, all the fabric is tucked in, and you can be quite rough with it. And if you hear the plastic, if you hear a little plastic pop, that's fine. It's just going within the plastic. So you just want to tuck that in nicely. So yeah, you just keep pushing it in. I'm skipping bits.
So cool.
I'm just trying to get some in so then I can show you a bit. I'm not going to do the whole thing. But yeah, you can be quite rough. Don't feel like you're gonna...
No, the lampshade plastic is really quite robust, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It really is.
So cool. Have we got any of the kits left at all, Hannah? Yeah. So check out your baskets, please, on that. The one that we're using right now, there are 3 left up for grabs. Check out your baskets, please. Everyone who's got it in their baskets. 3 on top of that, but there are some in baskets. So if someone came along and bought 5 of these, some of you are going to miss out.
Oh, how nice would they be to make for gifts, though?
Oh, they'd be awesome. Absolutely awesome to make for gifts. And also, of course, if you want a matching pair, you need to get 2. Leslie says, what fabric do you use to make the lampshade? If you have, does it mean if I have the rings to make it? Well, it's special lampshade fabric.
The plastic,
the plastic.
It's like a special sticky back because it's got to be fire retardant, hasn't it? Because of the heat of the bulbs and stuff.
No, you have to use special stuff, which is why we buy it in as kits. Steph says, traditional biscuit selection gives me an idea. I adore anything covered in dark chocolate. Borders, dark ginger chocolate biscuits are divine.
I don't like dark chocolate.
Don't you?
No, I'm so naughty though.
I could eat a little bit with a biscuit.
Right, we've got another
Don't be
thing
insulting
to
Jammy
show.
Dodgers. They're amazing and they come in individual portions. 1 pack equals 1 portion. Who says 12 biscuits is too many?
There we go. I've started doing, this is where I've done it neatly here. I've just been pushing that fabric all the way in.
Yep.
So you can go round once, then go round again.
And again, if you just hold that up, I'm just going to show here. So it's actually using the point.
Oh, there you go. That's a better...
And it's pushing the fabric right underneath.
Position.
Just pushing it in.
You kept that position to yourself, didn't you?
Well, no, I wouldn't try and do it like that because it's a bit awkward for you, but it's good to see.
Yeah, so that is... And then you do that round the bottom, all the way around the bottom and round the top. And where you made those little slits at the top...
Can you see here? You got to get around those 3 metal bars.
So there's the cut that I did. It just goes around the bars and you just tuck in either side.
Makes perfect sense.
So you just do that top and bottom and then it's ready to go.
Super cute. Super cute.
Super cute. Super
it really
fun
is.
as well. It's a fun project.
It really is. It really, because I love the lampshade in your book, but I want the kit.
Yeah,
just
so you don't have to get everything.
Kit,
yeah, just give me the kit with the sticky tape,
and
the
show me how
pusher inner,
to use it.
Everything.
Everything. I'm going to take both of these with me, Jenny.
Oh, are you now?
See ya. Just to recap them. So you saw that appear before your very eyes. Fabulous. So the greens, this is the version that Jenny's just been doing. We've got the kit. Here it is. So first of all, make your patchwork. You've got your fat quarters of fabric, I believe these are. Yeah, you get your 3 fat quarters. You get your EPP shapes, all of them for the whole project, all die cut by Tim. They're all there. You get your full instructions, not just for making your EPP fabric, but also for making up the lampshade. And then you get your lampshade kit. Now this does include everything inside it to make one lampshade. Top and bottom rings, the light fittings, the red liner tape, and also the special lampshade plastic that forms the structure of the lampshade. You get everything in there to make your lampshade. There are instructions in there. Jenny has rewritten them in her pattern with extra tips. You know Jenny's going to do that. She's always got your back. So that's the green version for brilliant price, $38.99, for something that is absolutely unique. Just love that. Then we've also got the Alison Glass version. This is the original, which is stunning, absolutely stunning. $42.99 for the full kit. So in there, again, first make your patchwork. Here are your fabrics. Absolutely beautiful. Single figures on this. EPP shapes all cut out. You can use them again, can't you, Jenny? The EPP shapes.
Oh, yeah. Most
Use them
definitely.
numerous times. Full instructions. And your lampshade kit. Remember, it is a shade, a fraction under 10 inches in diameter. So decent size for a hanging pendant shade for in a room, but also works perfectly with, you know, fairly decent size base. Looks lovely. I'm so glad you did a lampshade.
I just love doing it as well. I had so much fun.
It's a brilliant project, something really different, and you know, maybe for people that don't want another quilt.
That's the thing, and it's nice to show that EPP can be used for way more than just quilts and cushions.
Yeah, for sure.
Pouches, everything.
Yeah, lampshades. Agreed, absolutely agreed. Now we've also got 2 more kits. This is for your next demo, which is turned edge applique, needle turn applique. Should we start with? Yeah, so this is part of a series. Everything stands on its own as well, but you could choose these over a period of months and make them all. This is the Victorian tile cushion number 2. Now this is done in Alison Glass folk art fabric. You get 4 fat quarters of the fabrics to reproduce this exactly. That's all the fabrics for your applique and your scrappy binding. You're also getting 1 metre of natural seeded cotton for the background and, whoops, the envelope back. Then you also get templates this time. So you're going to use these robust, thick templates to draw around on your fabric and then use the needle turn method to complete your appliques. And then you've got full instructions, not just for applique, but also to make it into a cushion. Now the other bundle that we've got is the pastels, and this is gorgeously summery and soft and gentle. So here you get your 4 fat eighths, those are all your fabrics for your applique. You get 1 metre of ivory solid for the background and the back of your cushion. You get your full instructions for making the cushion and doing your applique, and also your templates, all for $23.99. So now if you want just the instructions on their own, you can do that. This would be lovely done as a scrappy project. Absolutely gorgeous. Here are the instructions on their own, but this is a pattern plus, and the plus is you get those templates already cut out, nice sturdy heavyweight cardstock, so you can use them numerous times for $12.99. Thanks for doing that, because that really gets us straight onto the sewing.
Again, that's what I love. I love having you. I love it so everyone gets what they need and
Scratch
they can just
that itch.
go.
Yeah,
you don't
love
have
it.
to then think, oh, I need to trace these now.
Exactly.
Just get it out and get going.
Perfect.
So
how
it's
do we
going to
do
be a
it?
quick time demonstration, but honestly, needle turn applique, it's very relaxing, and it does give that 3D effect of on the fabric, whereas if you do other types of applique, it's flat.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot more dimension with this. Because the seam allowances are under, puffing everything up.
Exactly that. So what you want to do is, obviously I say how many you need of each and etc, etc. But the technique wise, what you want to do is you draw around your template. This is just for one shape. It's only 2 different shapes, this particular project. Nice and easy shapes as well. So I've just drawn around that shape with a removable pen.
Like a friction pen.
A friction pen, basically, because you're going to want to, you might see some of it while you're sewing, so you do want it to definitely remove.
Yeah.
So then you want to cut around your shape, leaving approximately 1/4 inch outside the drawn line. I say approximately because it really doesn't need to be exact. You don't want too much because then you're going to have to fold too much in, and you don't want too little because then it's not going to want to fold in.
If you were going to err on one side or the other, would it be slightly over or slightly under?
It really depends on the shape, because some of them you would want slightly under.
Yeah.
But on average, I would go slightly over.
Okay.
Yeah.
I suppose you can always trim it back if you find you're struggling.
If you're struggling, yeah, just take it off and trim it back. So I've got the layout in the pattern of how to lay it out. But the thing I love about this is it doesn't have to be precise, no measuring, do it by eye. Sometimes there's bigger gaps between the shapes, but that's cool. Such a handmade project. Like, you don't want it to look like it's just come out of a factory.
Right.
So you don't need to be measuring. Another tip I've got for it is on your line, if you're starting out, just pre-fold your fabric slightly. This is just a bit of a cheat, but it also helps when you are positioning the fabric, because you don't have to imagine the seam allowance, because it's just tucked in slightly. I tend to just do it on one point, because I don't need to for the technique, but I do it for the placement of the fabric.
Okay.
Just so you get it right. So if you just tuck slightly like this, and then I know that I want that point to be in the middle of the fabrics, but not quite on the cross. So just about there. See, this is what it is really just about. Another tip is grab a ruler and just make sure that point is pointing to the edge. You might want to move it slightly from like this, but keep that point there. Applique pins are a must, honestly. I absolutely love these little pins.
Yeah,
because
really
they
cool.
just don't get your thread just doesn't get tucked around them.
Because they're so short.
Because they're short, little and tiny.
So tiny, small. We've got magic pins, tiny magic pins.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, these are really short again.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing. $12.99. Put those details on screen. Yeah, they're really short. They're only 26 mil long.
It's just so once you've tucked them, you've only got a tiny bit. Whereas if you're using large needles, you'll be wrapping your fabric around all the time. Yeah. Right, so I'm just going to start here on the thing. So I'm quite close to a corner, so I can show you how to go around the corner. My tip is usually start on the widest part of a curve. So on an actual circle, it doesn't matter because it's all the same. But on these shapes, never start at a corner because that's just awkward. So always start, if it's a curved shape, on the widest part of the curve. If it's a straight shape, just start in the middle, not near the corner.
Okay. And it's worth pointing out, you're left-handed, so you're working
so
clockwise.
I'm going to work clockwise. If you're right-handed...
I'm right-handed. I'd start that side and go
I say that in
anti-clockwise.
the pattern as well, in the notes and tips, because people do watch me and then they're like, that's odd. Like, that doesn't feel right.
Oh, if you were right-handed and tried to do it that way round, it would be a nightmare.
It would, because you're tucking in with your non-sewing thumb, holding. So I wrote that as a tip in the pattern, because I was like, just don't do it. So I'll just roll this fabric up because it's easier to hold. I was going to just do it on a tiny bit of fabric, to be honest. Right, so your first stitch, you don't go through the background fabric for your first stitch. You just go through your applique fabric and come up, not the cotton, and come up on your drawn line like this, and then just pull your cotton all the way through up to the knot. If you went through the background right now, you would have a piece of cotton here, which would mean you couldn't tuck your seam allowance in there because it would be stopped by the thread.
Got you, yes.
So what you want to do is, using your needle, you want to just tuck in between 1/4 and 1/2 inch of the seam allowance. so that you're just basically up to your drawn line, like this. So sometimes, again, the shapes don't have to be perfect. If you show a bit of the line, the drawn line, and then the next bit's tucked in, it doesn't matter, because it is just a handmade project.
But that's why you wouldn't want pencil, it's going to be removed.
Yeah,
with
just
heat.
in case some of it shows. So I've just tucked some of that in with my non-sewing thumb, my non-sewing handed thumb. And now you want to go all the way through to the background fabric, straight down from where your thread currently is. And then you can either pull your thread all the way through the back of the fabric or just come up again a few millimeters along from where you came down. When I say come up, you're coming up on the turn of the fabric, right on that crease, so where your drawn line is basically, because that should, you aim to have that on the
very edge.
And then when you do stitches like this, they're going to disappear, you're not going to see them. So then again, you'll just go straight down, not along. You don't want to be going along, you want to go straight down from where you have just sewed.
So don't travel.
And then you travel along the back.
Understood.
And then come up again on that drawn line, just taking right on the edge, like this, and then move along and do the same. Tuck that fabric in using your needle, just along there, straight down where you've come up, along and up on that edge, that fold of the fabric. So this really does make your stitches quite invisible. But if you can't get them invisible, you can actually make a feature of these stitches if you want. If you use a thick embroidery thread, you would see them, and it would almost look like a blanket stitch, but not.
Cute.
Just like a nice little thing. It's quite, you can really have fun with this technique.
Have you heard of piece of cake designs in America?
I'm not sure I have actually.
They were big some years ago. They got into a technique where what they were doing was they were needle turning the edge under, and then rather than stitching the outer edge, they were actually doing a small running stitch about 1/8 of an inch inside the applique shape. So the stitching was visible.
Yeah.
It was still needle turned. It was a really cute.
That's actually a really nice idea. You just have to make sure you get that seam allowance though, don't you? Because then that seam allowance could easily pop out. Right, when you get to the edge, like that point there, move my nail out of the way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go down from my last stitch and I'm going to come up right on that point of that drawn line. And then I will move this around because it's easier for me. I just roll fabric when I'm doing it like this because it just is handier, and you get less fraying around the edges if you roll it in. Right, so again.
Do you cut your background block any bigger than you need and trim back, or
No,
do you cut it to size?
I cut it to size. You do have enough fabric to maybe cut it 1/2 inch bigger all the way around, then you can trim it and square it off if you choose to. Right, so then you can see there's the edge there, so there's almost 2 bits of seam allowance. So I tend to almost poke it, like stab it with my needle to push it in the first bit, and then just poke it in. If you struggle with those, you can always point that bit in with a pair of small scissors.
Okay.
Just to poke it in if you're struggling to get it in, but you literally just fold that under as well. And
Don't start trimming the fabric
came
away.
up here. Oh gosh, no, don't.
No.
So I came up at that point, so I'm going to go down exactly straight down from where I came up and just move across here and come up on the drawn line that I can just see on the edge of my fabric there. And then start doing the same thing just by rolling that seam and tucking it under on that line.
Fab.
Straight down, come up on that drawn line again.
Melanie asks, is there a specific thread to use for needle turn applique? That's a really good question.
That is a really good question. I am a massive fan of 80 weight Aurifil.
So
for
that's
any
fine.
hand sewing. It's very thin, but Aurifil's 80 weight is very strong. I use it for EPP, I use it for this. You can use any hand sewing thread, any thread, machine thread, anything. But I find that 80 weight is just with Aurifil, it doesn't fray, and you're going back and forth a lot. It is a bit more expensive, but there's so much more on a reel.
Yeah.
It lasts forever. I've just got it here. This is the one I'm using currently.
The cost per project is nothing, is it really?
No, even my whole book, I think I only finished 2 in my whole book.
Yeah, there you go.
So, yeah, I'm an avid user of that. I use cream, depending on the background and these colours, light grey, dark grey if I'm using really dark colours, and cream. They're my 3
If you're appliquing like a dark fabric to a light background, I get neutrals, I get use a neutral, but
grey.
you go dark.
Dark grey, yeah.
Even though you're using a light background.
Yes, because you're more likely to see the stitches on the applique, not on the background fabric.
Yeah.
You're going straight down here,
you're
like
not going to
this.
see them.
And maybe if you didn't quite get up properly on that curve, you're more likely to see that thread.
So you really want it to blend with the applique fabric rather than the background?
Yes, definitely.
I just got a little flash of a gorgeous selection of thread then. What was that?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Hello, Jenny Jackson, Aurifil, English Paper Piecing Workshop, pack of 10 small spools of Aurifil thread. And we get the neutrals.
My box, you do, they're my favourite colours. They all match my book.
Those
so
are beautiful.
The white, cream, dark grey, light grey are my absolute go-tos. And then those other colours, it's the rainbow.
Yeah.
But they go with like, if I was sewing loads of different purples together, I would use like a purpley thread. And if I was sewing loads of different shades of pink, I'd probably pick up a pink thread.
Sure.
Right? So yeah, that's my box.
Beautiful.
I had so much fun when they asked me if I wanted my own box. I was like, yeah, sure.
Stupid question.
We're going to send you a colour card. Just spend some time picking which colours you want. Okay, not a problem. Happy to do that.
Lovely. That is a gorgeous job.
Oh, isn't it?
I would have said, oh, I can't really tell from a colour card. What you need to do is send me a reel of every colour.
They were amazing. They sent me threads for my book.
Oh, fantastic.
They were so lovely.
But you didn't tell them you only needed 2 reels of thread for the whole book,
Definitely
did you?
Not. They sent me machine thread as well. But they are so, Aurifil, the company is so lovely.
That's fab.
Yeah.
I used to make, like 25 years ago, I used to make quilts for a fabric company and they used to pay me in fabric.
Oh, brilliant.
So they said to me, how much fabric do you need for a 1 metre square quilt? I was like, oh, at least 20 metres. And they used to send it. It was fabulous.
Oh, brilliant. How much wadding? A whole roll?
Yeah, a whole roll, yeah. Oh, difficult to say. Just send me the whole thing.
Exactly that. So, yeah, this is basically needle turn applique. You just move along, tucking in 1/4 to 1/2 inch of the seam allowance each time when you get all the way around the back. Take your thread down to the back and just knot it off with inside the shape, if that makes sense. So it would be like here. Knot it off inside where you've sewn. Just don't sew through to the front shape.
Gotcha.
I just do a couple of stitches through the background and knot it off.
Perfect.
Bob's your uncle, you're done then.
And do you leave the background fabric intact under the shape? You don't cut it away?
No, yeah, you leave it
None
as is. You just add all your shapes. And it is just super easy. And like I said, you just plop them where you want them. You don't measure.
Okay.
Whatever you do, don't measure.
And Jenny, when you've finished doing all of your applique,
yes, sir.
Obviously you've rolled, you've folded, you have creased. That fabric's going to be a right old hot mess.
Oh yeah, it is.
Can you press applique?
Yeah.
And how do you stop it flattening down and looking?
It just pops back up.
Awesome.
Don't use best press or anything like that because that might have an effect. I've never tried to starch it once I've sewn it. But yeah, I just press it all over. Don't tend to go fully on them, but around the edges and stuff because it's a background. So I would use a little iron. Yeah. One of the travel irons.
Yeah.
And just literally, where are we? Try and iron in here and just around the edges if you've got any pen showing, but just try and aim to get more of the background and then baste it on a square of wadding. Quilt however you would like. Add your back. Add your binding.
And I love your quilting too.
Oh wow, I'm very lucky now. I say this, my Dukey went to the doctors and I got a TL, a Dukey TL, and but it absolutely loves it. So it's only a straight stitch machine.
Yeah.
You can't zigzag or anything, but it loves free motion. I've never had a machine that loves it that much.
Fabulous.
So now I just want to free motion
Are you gonna keep
absolutely
it?
everything. Oh yeah, I got it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I treated myself.
Nice, good for you. Beautiful. It's such a beautiful project and very achievable. If you've never tried turned edge applique, needle turned applique, great project to try. Right, I'm going to head over there and recap.
Yeah, sure.
Jenny, that was amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine says, what day are you both at Festival of Quilts? Christine, I'm there every day. I've got a stand. I'll be letting you know where that is. And I'm also going to be there a little bit with the Quilters Guild of the British Isles, doing a little bit with them too.
Nice. I should also be there every day with Dukey. I'm just inviting myself here, Dukey boys.
Yeah, yeah.
I believe I might be popping over here a Sunday morning to do my show.
Awesome.
And then coming back.
You'll be back on Sunday
straight
afternoon.
after my show. Yeah,
Fun.
I'll pop back because, yeah, I'll have all my stuff there with Dukey boys. So.
Every day, Christine, every day. Just look for the party and Jenny will be at the centre of it.
They have a gin bar there.
You know that's true. Okay, let's recap. Should we recap the needle turn applique? Great. So first of all, pattern only. Sorry, the patterned fabric. Yeah. So we've got the 4 patterned fat quarters, beautiful Lewis and Irene fabrics here. This is to reproduce Jenny's cushion exactly. You get your scrappy binding out of that too. A metre of seeded natural. You get your full pattern and tutorial for doing needle turn applique. And then you also get your sturdy heavyweight cardstock templates already cut out. So as always with Jenny's projects, you can jump straight to the sewing. None of that boring stuff, making templates. It's done. Oh, Christine says brilliant. You say that now, Christine. That'd be great to see you.
Right next to the gym bar as well.
That's not a coincidence, is it, Jenny?
No.
No. No. Okay, then we've also got that gorgeous pastel sugared almonds version that Jenny was just working on. So you get 4 fat 8s of different shades of lilacs and lavenders and a gorgeous summery yellow there. Then you also get a metre of ivory solid for the background. That's also the backing of your cushion. It's amazing value, $23.99 for all that, plus your heavyweight cardstock templates and full instructions, not just for doing for needle turn applique, but also for making it up into a cushion and binding the edge, all for $23.99. Now, if you want the pattern plus the templates, you can get them $12.99 for these. Details are on screen. It's Jenny Jackson's Victorian tile number 2. You did number 1 last month.
Oh, it was a couple of months
ago.
They're every few months that
Great.
I'm doing them.
The pattern on its own with the templates is available. Have a look on the website. It'll be in, today's show deals. So now, if you want the lampshade, you are going to have to be really quick and check out your baskets. Alison Glass coming at you first. This is the completely finished model. So EPP the outside, first of all, just a flat bit of patchwork using your Alison Glass fabrics, exactly the same as the ones Jenny's used. And then once you've done that, give it a good press. You get your full instructions, you get all your EPP shapes, you also get your kit. You saw how simple, quick and easy it was to make it up into a lampshade. No special skills required, Jenny.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. And that's not to take anything away from Jenny, but it is simple.
It is so simple, yeah.
Yeah. And then this is the one that Jenny was demoing, which is almost finished. Absolutely glorious. More of those in baskets than we've got available. Now for that you get your 3 fat quarters of shaded, gorgeous sort of teal, emerald, beautiful, greens. Yeah, kind of ocean. It's a little bit Little Mermaid.
Next month I've got another project that will pretty much match it.
Oh, really?
In those colourways. Yeah, another household item.
Is that all you're going to say?
Yeah.
Another household item?
Yeah, we'll keep it secret for a bit longer.
I love that. I love that. Is it one of those vacuum cleaner covers in the shape of a French maid?
Did you know? No.
Do you remember
Like
you
you
used
can
to be able to
read
get
my
patents
mind.
for those, complete with mob cap and hair and a face and it all? Honestly, if you've got one, please send in a picture. You get your instructions, your EPP shades, and I think they're delightful. I love kitsch like that. I love a toilet roll dolly cover. Love those. You don't see them very often, but I love them. And an antimacassar. Love those. Love those. Full kit. Macassar oil was hair oil for men, Victorian times, and the hair oil got on the back of sofas, so they were often lace or crocheted things to put on the back to stop the Macassar oil rubbing off on the... Who knew? Right, there we go. Jenny Jackson, you are a superstar.
Thanks, Beth.
Thank you for 2 riotous hours.
Thank you.
When are you back?
I believe it's Sunday the 21st of June. It's the last Sunday of June because then I'm here the first Sunday of July.
Okay, great. So you'll be
2
in for a
weeks
few
in a
days
row.
then?
Oh no,
No.
just 2 Sundays in a row.
Gotcha. Oh, well, we love that.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
We love that. All right, well, keep safe between now and then, and
You too.
lots of love. Take care.
Bye.
Thanks, Jenny. We're going to go to a break now. When we come back, we have a little special guest, my request, coming on to say hi to everybody, give me a squeeze. It's not Lisa Lamb, she hasn't driven all the way from Brighton, but it's someone else, very important. Don't miss it.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Get ready to meet the Gemini 2. We have been counting down the days and now it's just around the corner. The Gemini 2 is coming right here to Sewing Street on the 30th of May. Now I just can't wait to introduce you guys, our wonderful Sewing Street community, to this, the Gemini 2. Now it's our brand new, improved, smarter, faster and just all round amazing die cutting and embossing machine. We've added some really innovative and pretty exciting new features and updated functions, and with all of that newness we haven't cut back on anything. The Gemini 2 has all of the power, precision and performance of our entire Gemini family. Now, it will be available to buy on the Sewing Street website on Tuesday the 30th of May. This will be a day to remember, so make sure you join Craig, Becky, John Scott and the whole Sewing Street team from 8 AM on Tuesday the 30th of May for the official launch of our amazing Gemini 2.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Nice. And it was a double.
Even better.
Exactly.
Even better.
Hello, here we are. I'm with my mate, Pauline Wheeler. Pauline, you legend. I've not seen you. Welcome back, by the way, to our final hour. I've not seen you for ages, Pauline.
Well, you've not been here through...
Well, that's true.
Through May.
Yes, through April.
April.
Yeah. And you were cruising.
I was cruising in May.
You were. Cruising the Med?
Cruising the Med.
Good. How was it?
Just amazing. Can't wait to do it again.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just fabulous. Where did you visit?
Absolutely. Italy.
Oh.
Did Rome and Pisa. Then on to Corsica.
Gorgeous.
And then on to France and did Villefranche and Nice.
Oh.
But I'd flown to Malta and then back and another day in Malta before come home.
Fabulous.
So,
fabulous. Anything disappointing?
He knows what.
Only one thing. The meet and greet with the captain. Yeah. You were expecting.
Look, I know James Bond is a naval captain. He wasn't a James Bond. Very nice man.
Very sweet man.
But I was a bit disillusioned.
Oh dear. Wasn't a 6'2" silver fox?
No.
No. Oh, next time.
And all that after the Italian Navy had let me down as well. On the aircraft carrier. So, yeah, not a uniform in sight.
Only Pauline Wheeler could go on a cruise and be let down by the Italian Navy. What are you like?
Oh,
I don't really like. Anyway, you're here mostly because I wanted to squeeze and to say hello.
You did.
But also, you're on Hobby Maker this afternoon. Tell me when and what you're doing.
I'm on at 1 o'clock.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
We've got two new, a new launch of dies.
Gorgeous.
And a stamp set, which are fabulous. All butterfly.
All your designs?
No, all hunky-dory
Oh,
designs.
very nice,
Yeah,
very
yeah.
nice.
So I'll be back with my designs in the Christmas event.
Oh, amazing. In July?
My Christmas crackers will be back. Can't wait.
Love those. And you can do those with fabric, you can combine them, you can add embellishments.
If you can absolutely put fabric on if you want to.
Ribbons, beads.
Yeah. But you'll get everything in the kit, so it's great.
Gorgeous.
And then at 3 o'clock, I'm back with more hunky-dory with a new part of our range of stickables, which is all self-adhesive paperwork that you can just peel off, put it on.
Sounds
Fantastic.
great. Awesome.
New colour ranges.
I shall tune in this afternoon
Yeah.
to watch. Excellent. And then we're going for a curry later in the week.
We are.
Already pre-arranged.
It'll be one night of total catch up.
It really will. Fabulous. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hi.
Now
Thank you, darling.
with your fabulous fabrics,
Okay.
and I will go and prep for mine.
Yep, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock over on Hobby Maker.
Yep. Okay.
Thanks, Pauline.
Mwah.
Mwah.
Bye.
Bye. Let down by the Italian Navy. What can you say, really? All right. Well, now then, The quilt that's behind me, let me move out the way so you can get a look. Now this was on earlier on in the week. It is absolutely magnificent. The 26th? Was it the 26th, yeah. With Bex Reed, isn't it beautiful? Soft, delicate, floral, pretty, feminine quilt. Really good size as well. Absolutely beautiful. This is the Amber Makes Just Charming Starflower Quilt Kit, fabric and instructions. Let's see what you get. The price is unbelievable. $89.99 for this. And you get so much fabric. And it's a big quilt. It's a big quilt. It is 78 inches square, which is absolutely perfect to go right over a double bed. You could use this on a queen size bed as a topper. It would hang down to the floor, I should think, almost on a twin. It's an incredible value, and what a beautiful quilt too. Now, just to point out how you're making this, you've got a special printed square. So you get all these printed squares with these wonderful motifs. They look almost like they've been drawn and hand coloured. And certainly if you wanted to, you could get in there and do a little bit of sandtangling as well, or get your pencils, your Inktense pencils, and add a little bit of extra shading if you wanted to, or embroidery or embellishments. So you're going to then frame that, little rectangles top and bottom, long rectangles at the side, and then simple flying geese units and plain squares in the corner, and there is your very special star block. And literally you're making 16 of those, block to block. Sorry, not block to block, in fact, you've got a sashing in between with little pastel cornerstones and then a scrappy binding to finish. So all of your full instructions are included. You get 4 meters of your background fabric in ivory. Isn't this a gorgeous quilt? Be perfect to have as an instant makeover for a room. If you wanted to instantly make the room look fresher, warmer, more inviting, especially if the room is just painted, you know, white or cream or something like that, spare room that needs instant va-va-voom. If you've got this quilt in the cupboard, you can throw that over the bed, a couple of little accent pillows, and you are done. Jug of flowers on the bedside table. You're ready to receive your mother over, or family members, the grandchildren. Perfect. Sometimes it's nice just to get a bit of P&Q, isn't it, and take yourself off into the spare room. Yes, if you haven't tidied your bedroom, Hannah. What happens when you mucky up the spare room, though? You have to sort the bedroom out, yeah. I suppose there's always hotels and guest houses, aren't there? So you've got your pastels then as well, which you're going to use for your frames around those special squares, those special charms. And then you've got 3 different panels to go with, and you've got loads and loads. Do you get all 3 panels? Really? That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. So you get 3 different panels that have all these different squares on. I'm just going to open them up a little bit onto the table, just so you can see the sort of selection. Oh, these are stunning. Look at that. That is one of them. Okay, just a bit of one of them, in fact. Then you've got this one, which is all beautiful tulips. I love the milk churn. That's a bit of me. And then you get this one, which is kind of blue delft and yellows. This is Hannah's favourite. I do. That is gorgeous, isn't it? So you're going to use these 3 panels. These are going to create the special squares in the centre, but also you're going to use some of the squares which are less sort of fussy cut style, and you're going to use those to make your flying geese triangles. Now, of course, with this pattern, if you wanted to use it again and again and again, this is a great base pattern, isn't it? Think about the charm squares that you've got, the Janet Clare charm squares that you've got. Maybe you're going to go for collage when it comes out. It's just a week or two away. Maybe you've got loads of Kay Facet charm squares. Maybe you've got a collection of layer cakes as well. You can cut those down. Great base pattern as well to have. You get it included. Can't believe the value. $89.99 for a double bed quilt, 74 inches square. You get all the fabrics for the top and your binding, and a really, really usable pattern again and again. Miss it, miss out. Hi Stuart, this is so beautiful. Would it be suitable for a beginner? Thank you, Marion from Weston-super-Mare. Marion, this is a perfect quilt for a beginner, and I'll tell you why. First off, you're cutting out charm squares. So you've got the effect of fussy cutting without having to fussy cut. See, I'll show you what I mean. So for example, this little bunch of tulips down here, this could be used for the centre of one of the stars. You're just going to cut this out. Now if you were trying to fussy cut that from another fabric, that could be quite tricky for an absolute beginner. So that makes it easier. The next thing that makes it easier is the frame around this. It's easy rectangles cut to the same size as your square, top and bottom, and then to the finished side down the side. Instructions are all there. It's a full video tutorial as well for this. There's a QR code on your pattern. Just there. And you can watch a full tutorial. Then the star points, stitch and flip. Now this is an easy method. Oh no, they're not actually. They're not stitch and flip. They're half square triangles. Well, they're super easy too. It's all super easy. The one thing I would say is it's quite a big quilt. If you don't want to tackle it all in one go, to quilt it, it's got sashing in between the blocks, which means that it's absolutely suitable for quilt as you go. And if that doesn't mean anything to you right now, Marion, have a look back over previous shows. Wendy Orlando has done a great demo of Quilt as you go. You can watch videos online for Quilt as you go as well. It's a technique. But you can learn that. You could do that quilt as you go, or make the top, send it to a long armour. But yeah, absolutely perfect for a beginner. That is the, what's it called? The Starflower quilt kit. I think that's a really charming name, and it's a beautiful quilt. Very, very nice. Now then. Nearly got you, cat. Nearly got you. See how nice I am? I did a really slow walk. This is fab, isn't it? I haven't seen this quilt before. That is gorgeous. There's one left. This actually makes me think of almost like a dry riverbed. You know? When the waters run through and channeled pebbles and things like that into rivulets almost, but then maybe it's a tidal river and the water's gone. I think that is absolutely stunning. $170.99, not today. We've one left. We're crashing the price. This is Mystic Morris, it's called. Mystic Morris. Oh, that's a good saving. That's a great saving. £40 off, $139.99. One left. How many of those have jumped into baskets? Lots. Yeah. Miss it, miss out. That's what the whole hour's about. Half rectangle triangles, simple 9-patch blocks, half square triangles, okay? Don't be foxed by the half rectangle triangles. I'll do a little demo sometime and show you how to do those the quick and easy way. That is now sold out. Whoever got that, very nice. Well done. Well done. Squirrel Light Blue. Squirrel Light Blue. Sanderson. Is that the one? This is lovely. Oh, it's lovely. Yeah, I like the Sanderson fabrics. Can you see the little quilt as well? I'll get the pattern out. Oh, that's really nice. That's really restful and gentle. It's a pretty star in the centre. Simple piecing. We're going to do, it's $219.99, but we're going to do, in Hannah's words, a big boy crash. Oh, look at, how much is that off? Just lots, $149.99. Oh, that fabric is divine. That is really lovely. £70 saving. Oh, the fabric is absolutely beautiful. I don't want to disturb this too much. Hang on, wait. Can I just show it like this? Look at these fabrics. Just open it, says Kat. If I get permission from Kat, it's okay, because Kat's the one that has to put it back and make it look beautiful. These are divine, aren't they? That is such a calm and restful... Oh, this is lovely. Oh, I love it. I do really like this fabric very, very much indeed. Beautiful. Oh, look at those, the squirrels and the little rabbits. Hedgehogs too. That's really pretty fabric. Really pretty fabric. And I'm just going to grab the pattern out from under it and just show you, because that's just gorgeous. So you've got a central split star, simple rectangle piecing, which really frames that star, some simple Lemoyne star. These aren't yours, they're Lemoyne. And then borders around the outside. Little templates, split star. Really nice, really nice. Did you like that little joke? They're not yours, they're mine. Oh, you know. I'm stretching a little bit of talent a very long way, Hannah. Work with me. I love that. How many of those have we got? We've just got 2. Way oversubscribed. 7 of you have this in your basket, but there are only 2 left. That's yummy. Yummy, yummy. Thank you. I love this. Can we do this, please? The trilingual. Oh my goodness. This is heaven. That's a bit of me. That is a bit of me, that one. I know that's a high price point, but that is a magnificent... Oh, there's a crash. That's a magnificent quilt though, isn't it? Okay, let's have a look. Oh, did you see that split pay jump down from £124.95 to under £100? Look at that, $99.98. It's the first of your 3 split pays. That is absolutely gorgeous. Really, really like that. That's Anna Maria Horner. Yeah. Oh, now that is really showing her fabrics off to their very, very best advantage. That's like a magic carpet, isn't it? Beautiful. Sanderson has sold out. William Morrison, who's he? He does fake William Morris stuff. William Norris. Sorry. William Morris. William Morris has sold out. It's because we did Sanderson. Sorry. Sorry, everybody. Far more if you're there for that one. Gorgeous. Another Anna Maria Horner. Is it Bohemian? Oh, it's that one. Oh, come with me. Come with me. Your kit's blue. Oh, that's gorgeous. Look at that. That is lush. Pyramids green, dilly dilly, pyramids green. Oh, that's great. 119.99. Fabulous. That's fabulous. That's 160 by 174 centimetres. That is a beautiful quilt. Now that looks amazing hung up. That would be beautiful over the back of a sofa or on a bed. That has got real impact. And if the thought of equilateral triangles, sewing them together, sounds hard, trust me, it's not. You've got a template. You'll use 404 on the back of your template to hold it in place while you're cutting. Easy peasy. Large triangle, it's sold out, but I'm just going to finish off what I was going to say. You're just going to sew rows. It's no harder than sewing squares together. Trilingual quilt, says Steph. What language does it speak? Oh, the language of colour. Yes. And yeah, let me show you this quilt. Now, I did the show actually. We had two options. This actually, personally, this was my favourite. This was my favourite. This one, because I do love bright colours with black. If ever there's a combo that makes those dual colours really pop, it's this. It's this. Are we dropping her? We are. We're doing a crash. We're doing a crash. Can we go under 2? Yes, we can. Oh my goodness. Now I thought 199.99 for that, but it's 179.99. Nice. Love that. Love that. This is a big quilt. This is a big quilt too. You're making 12 big blocks and for the most part, really easy piecing, okay? So you're going to do a snowball centre, big square, stitch and flip corners, easy, right? Then you're going to do quarter square triangle units, again, easy peasy, beginner stuff. The corners here are a little bit different. They're still just half square and quarter square triangles, but they're made kind of a bit bigger and they're a bit sort of fabric sort of hanging off the edge when you make them. It's a very easy process, but it's very cleverly done. And what it does is it means that this corner of the block floats on the background, which I think adds extra impact and really makes that star pop. Big blocks, easy piecing, this fabulous floral sashing, and then this amazing, it's called bead curtain fabric for the border. It's just stunning. Black solid for the background. Oh, there's a thread on there. I can't do it because I cut my nails. There we go, it's gone. Right, absolutely gorgeous. 179.99. How many of those have we got left? Oh, we've not got many at all. We've not got many at all. Let me open up the box and show you what you get inside. Okay, we've got two options, but just to let you know, this other version, we've got one left. So if you want the light pink background, which is the one that I demoed on air, you'll need to be very quick. This is it right here. That's the one, yeah, one left. There's the one left. That was really popular. That actually sold out in the hour and that one must have bounced back. So 249.99. Price crash also apply. Even though we've only got one and it was super popular, but we're going to crash the price to 179.99. Bargain. Wow, there's a lot of fabric in that kit. Okay, let's have a look at the Flowers and Sunshine red quilt kit, which is the one hanging up with the black background. There we go. Right, so you get your full instructions. You also, nice, they always start off with a key. All of the fabrics you've got, letters to identify them, Deputy Jones top tip, get your post-it notes and your pins and label every fabric before you cut anything out. That's your first job. Make yourself a cuppa, grab a couple of bickies and just have half an hour just labeling all the fabrics. It's much easier if you do that. Read through all your pattern notes really carefully. You could even grab some of your scrap fabric, make one block just to test the pattern. It's never a bad idea to do that. Whatever the kit, however simple it is, just make one in its entirety. You can always turn it into a bag front or a cushion and then start cutting your fabrics. Now, let's have a look. These cave quilts never disappoint. If you love cave, if you love colour, I mean, and there is so much. I'm going to put the black fabric to one side. You get oodles of that. That's that. And then check all this out. Now, what's lovely about these kits is that you get a really, really wide selection of cave prints. If you had to buy the individual fabrics as, say, fat quarters, I reckon this quilt could easily set you back £300. Or certainly heading that way. If you had to buy fat quarters and just trying to source the exact same fabrics. Now in Cave's books, he always gives you the codes for the individual fabrics because Cave knows that the majority of people that make his quilts want to make the exact quilt that they see in the book. I haven't even got halfway through here. Look at this lot. It's amazing. But trying to source them, I mean, if you try and get them through a shop, they might have some, they might not have any. They might have all, you might strike lucky, but you will certainly have to buy at least a fat quarter of every single one. Look, you even get your binding fabric. There's your sashing fabric. I'm going to open this one out in a second. There's your border fabric. Look at all of that, plus your black, of course. It is, well, just a delicious box full. Look at this. This is the sashing fabric. That always gives me granny square crochet blanket vibes. Do you know what I mean? I love it. I absolutely love that fabric. Just beautiful. And if we can just quickly go to the quilt for a second, do not, please, do not get hung up on trying to cut everything so it's the same for those sashings. Embrace serendipity. When you look at this quilt, don't you just see spontaneous, beautiful colour in those sashings? They're just cut selvage to selvage. You don't have to try and centre motifs. It is a stunning quilt. One of my favourites from Free Spirit. Fab. Lots and lots of you there. Now, next up, Amy Downs, Hatched and Patched, completely different. This is soft, delicate, restful, subtle, small details, the kind of quilt that really invites you to look closer. Now, Hatched and Patched fabrics have a lovely country vibe to them. The colours are very soft and gentle. The motifs are whimsical, often featuring little sort of fantasy towns and villages, homesteads, little gardens and trees, little things to do with daily life. Is that a price crash? Oh, under 100. This is a big quilt. This is a big quilt. Love how the centre is really making use of a large scale panel. It's only ever been on air once. This is the last few. We shouldn't really crash it, but hey ho. We're going a bit wild. Lovely little border in this green diamond print. And then a nice bit of piecing in the outside. These are easy stitch and flip units in the border, by the way, round here. Nothing difficult. A nice couple of plain borders. That I think that's Moda Grunge, isn't it, in the outside, in a stone colour. Really finishes the outside edge of the quilt very, very nicely. This is a big quilt, by the way. This is a big quilt. It is 127 centimetres by 177 centimetres. Can I have an inch conversion for that, please? 127 by 177. And their fabrics are from Hatched and Patched in my neighbourhood. 50 inches by 69. Lovely. Great. Perfect for throwing on a single bed. Oh, so you know what that means, don't you? Let's hold out. Oh, yes, I love this quilt. Pineapple, Tula. We not got, yeah, there it is. These are, that's amazing value actually. That's incredible value, $199.99, because there is a lot of fabric in that kit and there is a huge variety of fabric. No. Okay, it's your job. Wow, is that £50 off? That's cool, $149.99. You get so much fabric, Tula solids, Tula prints, true colours, all Tula in there. If you love that rainbow, and it's a real cool different block to piece. I've done I did a pineapple block called Pineapple Parade in one of my books, and it was really fun to piece. This is different piecing, but it's a really fun motif to patchwork and to quilt. Love that. Right, there is literally one of those kits. You're making a massive £50 saving. It's 25% off, right? Amazing, amazing. I would have considered $199.99 a very good price for that. Anyway, some sale prices just don't make sense. That's one of them. Surprise! Yeah. Surprise! Should we do surprise blue? Let's do surprise first. Now, what's the surprise? Well, it's red. I'm kidding. The surprise is the price drop. $349.99. Now, this is a huge quilt, size-wise 216 centimetres square. The design is beautiful. Have a look at this. Whoa, that's £120. Okay, now you're talking. 90 inches square. This is a big quilt. I've just done one which is 84 inches square, and that absolutely, you know, swallows a double bed quilt. So this is 90 inches square. This is going to be great on a queen or a king. California king. Biggest crash today. That's the biggest crash, surely. That's mega. Absolutely mega. This is the surprise blue quilt kit. So a lovely selection of deep sapphires, sky blue, azure, but also with that lovely kind of rainforest greens in there that just keep the whole thing fresh and jewel-like. So first off, great pattern, detailed, ring bound, so it'll lay flat. This is the overall layout, which is really cool, right? This is the blue version you're making. And then you've got some templates, but they are large templates that you're going to trace, cut out and stick together. Okay, so you have a few templates in there, but I'll show you the surprise yellow quilt in a second. You'll see that all of those templates are really nice and big, so this quilt will actually go together pretty quickly. Now let's have a look at all the luscious fabric that's inside. You get loads. It is an absolute chunk, a hunky chunk of fabric. Whoa, look at that. It does make a very resounding thud, doesn't it? How beautiful. So all beribboned and bedecked. Let's have a look at what you get. So such a lot of beautiful fabric there. Lots in the blue range. But what Kate does, and these are words to live by, is if he's going to use blue, it is all the blues. The blues that are blue, the blues that are grey, the blues that are purple and lavender and lilac, and the blues that are green, because some blues are green. Yeah, and it just comes together. And some wild cards. For example, that fabric. Now, actually, once you've seen it, and then you look back at the picture of the quilt, you can actually then pick out those fabrics. This is one of those fabrics that probably if you were in a store picking fabrics for this quilt, you would look and think, oh no, that's not going to go. But then when Kate does it and puts it in a quilt, suddenly it makes sense. So this is, I think, the very best time to buy a quilt kit, when it's something that takes you a little out of your comfort zone and will challenge you. Perhaps it's using templates, perhaps it's the size or the scale of the blocks, perhaps it's the fabrics that are just a little bit out of your comfort zone. This is where you grow, this is where you learn, and you change a little bit. And you make a quilt like this, and your thought process, your design process is never quite the same ever again. You're kind of changed by it, and it's a good thing. It's a really good thing. Oh. Okay. Whoops. Okay, right. So Hannah's just told me in my ear, that price, $229.99, this was a manager's special, and Hannah did forget, and this is genuine, was told, we were all told, these will never be repeated. We do not go to manager's special prices again. And Hannah forgot. I get that. I would have forgotten too. She's crashed the manager's special price, but of course we're going to honour it. We're going to honour it. It's manager's special price. It's Sunday. The managers aren't in. Oh, yeah, Hayley's next door. Oh, whoops. Oh, well, never mind. No, we're not going to do that again. This is it. This is it. This time I know it's the real thing. Right then, are you ready? Surprise! Yellow. Got to match the price, Hannah. Don't be letting me down. Should be £349.99. Should never, ever, outside of manager's special week, be crashed by £120. But because Hannah is A, a rule breaker, and B, just forgot. We're honouring the manager's special price because we've done it, so there. Message across the bottom. I sometimes buy these kits for the fabric only, as it's brilliant value. Loads less per metre, and sometimes out-of-print fabrics are included. Great value. That is a great point, Beverly, who's in Norfolk. That is a great point. It's a fabulous stash of fabrics, and when you get a brilliant price crash, it can work out significantly less expensive per metre on the fabric. Yeah. Even if you don't want to do that design, you get all the fabric. Now this is called Surprise Yellow, and I can see the yellow. I would call this Surprise Rainbow. I would call this Surprise Rainbow because it's all the colours, isn't it? Pinks and blues, purples and reds, yellows, oranges, all the greens. It's all there. If you're someone like me that has never met a colour that he didn't like, then Surprise Yellow is the one for you. Let's look at the fabric. A very, very naughty price crash, Hannah. But I mean, you're forgetful, Hannah, but you're also honourable. And you know, you did it, you fessed up, and you got me to fess up on air, but we're also honouring the price, so there you are. Yeah, just do it. You're a law unto yourself, Hannah, just admit it. Were you always a rule breaker as a child, Hannah? No. Were you? I'm not convinced. Really? I really am a rule follower. If it says walk this side of the line, I am absolutely that side of the line. Oh, yeah, I mean, if I accidentally break a rule, I'm like this, you know, at the police station, like just throw me in a cell and throw away the key. Yeah, I break rules by mistake. I don't know why I did it. Oh, look. Just beautiful. I want to reiterate Beverly in Norfolk's point, which is these are incredible collections of fabric. Whether you want to make the finished quilt or not, you've got the pattern, you might want to make it in something else. You might just want to get your hands on all of this fabulousness. Ooh, love that. Have we got Shell Rummel? I love her fabric. Oh my goodness. Do you know, I'm like a kid in a sweet shop here. I love it all. Look. Surprise. Yellow. Awesome. Oh, Margaret's message sounds like Pauline's cruise sounds like the one my sister and I are going on in October. Oh, I love a cheeky cruise. Margaret, that sounds lovely. I do love a cheeky cruise. Kaif travels a lot, as you know. And he gets a lot of his inspiration as he's travelling. And, you know, I know he goes to Australia a lot. He goes to America a lot. But he also travels around, you know, the Mediterranean, to places like Italy. And, oh my goodness, you get such a different view of the world, don't you? I found that the very first time I ever went to China. And suddenly the colour wheel that we use in the West went out the window, and there were different colour combinations, exciting colour combinations and pattern combinations that just blew my mind. And as I've travelled to different countries, every culture, every nation has got numerous different ways to use pattern and colour that are so unique. It's amazing. Enjoy that cruise, won't you, Margaret? And I hope the Italian Navy doesn't let you down. And if the captain is a silver fox, then do let us know and we can send Pauline Wheeler and ask specifically for that cruise. This is lovely. This is lovely. Can I show the Shell Rummel? Oh, this is divine. Look at this. That's a quilt I wish I'd designed. Look at that. And also, Shell does the fabrics, all the fabric designs, amazing. That's amazing. Oh yeah, $119.99. That's a beautiful medallion quilt. Gotcha, right. Okay, yeah, so the kit that you get is in the greys. So not with that pop of coral in there. Let me show you. It's this one right here. That's it there. Oh, it's lush though. Absolutely beautiful. If you don't already follow Shell Rummel on Instagram, follow her because she does beautiful posts and she's so inspiring. That is lovely. That is gorgeous. I need to do the menu. Now, I mentioned that tomorrow we're going to be launching my brand new bag panel. You get everything on it, including all of the outer fabrics, all of the lining fabrics. This is my Cheats Borrow bag in blue taupe or blue. Both of them are absolutely gorgeous, I think. We'll have metalware and hardware as well tomorrow. The show's on at 10 o'clock. I'm expecting it to be busy, so grab yours on pre-order tomorrow. Yeah, we'll let you know as soon as we get pre-order live. We'll do a post, but that's tomorrow. Let's look at the menu anyway and see what's coming up. 8 a.m. 8 a.m, Dan Morris, Serenity Fabrics and the Galleria Quilt. That is a new pattern from me. It's the one I use sometimes for Tilda fabrics. I've been asked for it many, many times. So the Galleria Quilt pattern tomorrow, brand new quilt pattern, and Dan Morris Serenity Fabrics, which are beautiful. At 9 a.m, tea and biscuits with guests. So 9 o'clock we'll be having tea and biscuits. Can't wait for that. And then at 9:15, Teddy's Adventure Backpack with Sandy Milichip Masoki. That's going to be an absolute dream. At 10 o'clock, it's the Borrow bag pattern and panel. It's all in one. Amazing price. At 11 o'clock, assorted biscuit cushions with Sandy Milichip Masoki. Love that. Only here. And then at 12 o'clock, we go to Yarn Lane with Mandy Cameron for Wool Couture's Beach collection. That is going to be a fun and biscuit-fueled day. Listen, there is time. Pop out, get some bickies, or make some. Ready for tomorrow. 9:15, we'll be cracking open the tea and the bickies. I will see you tomorrow with John. Don't miss it.